my God, we might just
Got
have
it.
sorted it.
Got it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you
Where
for
does
that.
this go in?
Should be on that side. I think we're live streaming now. We did it. We caught that bit. Right, so can we make this bigger? Can. That one there. No, not wrong one. That one there. Here we go. Now we just need to angle it. So, it's a bit delayed, the reaction. So let's do it like this. We need to stand. Let's stand.
Pause it for a minute. See if it will work. So are you okay? It should really be higher.
Then it's like,
At least I can hear
That's
you,
not too
innit?
far.
Huh?
They won't hear me.
no, the speakers here. When you talk, you'll
I don't know if it'll come out right. Try.
you can try.
Better nothing,
Yeah,
innit? You know, and then you've got the video guys.
Yeah. Tell you what, I'll play it and then you can see if it works over there.
Yeah.
You're so funny.
Hello everyone, can I get your attention please? Anyone who hasn't yet collected their lanyard and is in the room, can you please go to the back of the desk and collect your name tag please? Thank you. Oh, yeah, because you pay money, but yeah, you go to the back. Testing. Hello everybody. Can I just have your attention for a second, please? Can everybody kindly vacate the... That means like now. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get your attention, please? Can we clear the room? We need everybody out of the room, please. Now. If you've been told to come in, it's okay. We're going to say to leave the room for a few minutes, please. Can we all make our way out of the room, please? If you're sitting down, please stand up. Use your feet to walk out. If you are sitting down, please stand up. Make your way towards the exit.
I was wondering if it worked, but she had them whilst down. And then
Can we have you all out of the room, please? Thank you very much. If you are still sat down, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Back one. So that anyone that needs language can get that done.
everyone's taking videos of black elders.
Yeah.
That's excellent. Good.
Ty na szyry.
Am I bringing these all these two doors open? Yeah, fine. 1 second.
All right, volunteers, thank you so much for helping. Really appreciate all of you. Are we ready? All right, let them in. Let's go. Music.
You guys unpause it first.
Feel like
yourselves a round of applause. Go on. Back to your seats, please. There will be time for photographs later. Let's get back to business, people. Come on. Everybody back to your seats. Photo opportunities are here all day. Come on.
अभी ये जो कनेक्ट किया है इसका सिस्टम तो बना
Back to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. That includes V5s too. Anybody standing up, please find your seats. Otherwise, I will have to raise my voice. Wow. Look at that, eh? So we've all talked about our color traits, right? Can anybody guess what color is my dominant color? Can anyone guess? Look, I think everybody in this room has become a balloon. After what we can see right now, so congratulate yourselves for being able to adapt to the room. So without further ado, we're going to talk about leadership. And you're back because I take on leadership. There's the one and only man of the moment. Let's give it up for our leader, Mr. Kalpesh Patel.
So much. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice little bit of time to contemplate what you've learned. I want to know what changes you're going to make. I would love to really get that clear. So write down, as a result of your new learning from this morning, look at your circle, bring out your circle of life. And have a look at the sector in your circle of life. And just write down the color that will add value to that section. Which part of your personality is missing in that area that if you brought it to the table, you'd be able to push the numbers up.
Bro, you need to clean camera, it's too dirty, you see?
Which color in each section needs to come to the fore? We need to get better, produce better, perform better.
Tissue, have tissue. Napkin. Yeah, just clean. Better. Yeah, better.
So where transformation happens, right? Don't be too cool for school. Some of you aren't filling this stuff out. You need to be doing the work, right? It's in the work that it happens. Do not resist. Just have a look at your circle of life. I'll start with the part of the wheel that is weakest. Would be a good place to look at. Look at the weakest spoke and work from there. What part of your personality needs to shine, needs to come through, needs to work for you to improve that area of your life. That's all we want to be practicing, right, for that area. If it's not practical, if it's not applicable, then it's nonsense. All the learning in the world creates a world full of stupidity if you can't apply it, right? There's a lot of clever people out there still don't know what they're doing. It's not about being clever. It's about transformation. No point being clever, Duck, right? Get those numbers down. Not numbers, colours. Who's done? Show me your hands if you're done. Carry on. Red, it's like a dominant type of personality, strong personality, often rough around the edges. Blue, fun, a little bit aloof out there. Yellows, softly, gently, gently. Greens, need to know everything. Which part of your personality do you need in each area to up your game? Just write the colour down. Who's done? Wonderful, congrats. Okay, good. So how do we now bring this into play, into life, right? What is the mechanics? Well, let's talk a little bit about a subject I'm super passionate about, those that know me, and that is leadership. For me, leadership is self-leadership, right? So before you begin to lead others, it's important to lead yourself, all right? And leading yourself well, what does that even mean? Well, it's important not to judge yourself. Rule number one, do not judge yourself. Very easy when we do this work to start judging yourself, make yourself less than you are, right? It's not about that. It's about just looking, introspect, just studying, right? Learn who you are. The better you know yourself, the better you can be for yourself. That's all this is about. There's no fixed way of doing stuff. There's no fixed, this is the pinnacle of this, etc. It's just about improving your journey, improving the quality of your experience of this thing called life. This short blip on planet Earth that disappears in a couple of heartbeats and it's gone, right? Who's going to remember you when you die? Most people live under some illusions, right? Your children will remember you. They'll remember you, all right? Your grandchildren, probably not for long. Maybe if you're really lucky and you're close, you might do enough of a bond before you leave that they've got some connection, but they'll forget that throughout their lifetime. Talk about you nicely, like I talk nicely about my grandparents. But we're a super close-knit family. That's not normal, right? Like we're talking mega close-knit family. That's not the norm. So depending on how close the connections are, is how much you're going to be remembered. Cool? Great-grandchildren won't even know your name. So then what? Then what? You've been and gone, nobody knew you existed. Is that what you want to be? That's one option, right? Been and gone, there it is on the tombstone. Who were they? That's what it says. Who were they? After a couple of generations. Unless what? Unless you lead. Leaders get remembered. Leaders get remembered, right? We all read books of leaders that made a difference beyond themselves, beyond their immediate environment, beyond their family. What is that? If you could tap into that power. What makes those people able to do that? And if you could tap into that, you could also leave a footprint. Who'd like to leave a footprint before they go? Anyone? It's a good game to play, right? Why not? You're going to get forgotten anyway. So you're starting from a no-lose situation, right? You're going to get forgotten anyway. Now what can you do to change that, to improve the outcomes or the odds of not being so quickly forgotten within a generation or two, maximum 3? What are you going to do? And from my studies over the years, it's the people that do something for others generally and mostly that people like to keep alive. It's not an absolute truth, of course, but generally speaking, it's people that contribute, people that make a difference, people that think beyond themselves. What can you do that makes a difference? The most revered leaders are those that did something for the world. Most people are doing something for their world. That's the beautiful thing here that we're sharing this journey. We can take care of our world very quickly. Where we are right now, the time we're living in, the vehicle that we've been blessed with, we can take care of our world very, very quickly. Then what? Now you can shift your focus from taking care of your world to taking care of the world. What can you do for others? What can you do for the world? It's a big question. Most people are so busy surviving, focused on themselves, their children, their immediate, that they don't see beyond that, right? But the real gift in growth, in leading, is not when you're just leading your immediate environment, when you can start leading outside of that. That's what we have the opportunity to do here. What we're doing with the phase that we're now entering into in the world, as it goes through its own massive transition, right? There's huge opportunities opening up right now, if you're willing to step into them. Are you willing to step up?
Yes.
About 5 of you, congratulations. See, some of you say yes in your mind, and that's where it stays. When you say yes in your mind, it stays there. It just makes you feel comfortable and you die like the frog in your own comfort. Nobody knows unless you speak it out. Are you with me? Yeah. So who's willing to step up? Yeah. There you go. See the ones that stood up there? They're totally connected to that. Handful of people can help themselves. When you're excited, you can't help but move. Isn't that true? When you're excited, you have to move. Ask your parents. You wouldn't have been here if they didn't get excited, right? I know the thought of my mum and dad. So they did it too, right? Until somebody gets excited, nothing happens. Life happens when we get excited, right? Let me see you get excited. Come on, show me you're excited. Come on. See that? With a little bit of encouragement, and when there's a few people willing to go first, others follow. You see that? More people got up. A little bit of encouragement, and they saw others got up. They gave themselves permission to get up too. Most people are too shy, too embarrassed. What if I'm the only one that stands up? Who gives a fuck? Give yourself permission to stand up, right? How can you step up if you're so clammed up, if you're so tight, if you're so restricted, in fear of what the person next to you is going to think, or the person behind you is going to think? There's no freedom there, no power. When you're living in the judgment of the world, you're stuck. It's a lifetime prison sentence that you give to yourself. Nobody else gave that to you. I'm not the type of person that gets up in public, Kalpesh. Congratulations. You gave yourself a label. Let go of the labels. Don't live in the box that you built already. Create whatever box you want, whenever you want. Be in creation mode. Give yourself the freedom to do that, right? Who says you have to be a certain way? So if you could increase some of your blue and give yourself permission to express yourself loudly in public, now tell me, who's willing to step up? Love it. Congratulations. There you go. There's freedom there, right? Absolutely freaking awesome. Does that feel good when you move? Power in that. So now you're leading yourself. You led your body to move. You can think one thing and do another, can't you? The power is when you think and do. Not think and not do. Could be titled my next book. Think and not do. There's power when you can think of something and act upon that thought. I want to celebrate my success. I want to celebrate me. I want to celebrate my existence. I want to celebrate my breath. Boom. And you just go, yeah! Done. Power in that, right? What are they going to think? Who can you say, crap? What? Nobody cares. When you die, they'll forget about you. They'll pick on someone else. Everyone you think is picking on you is waiting to pick on the next person. They enjoy picking on you because you stay that way. You give them reason, right? You react to their picking on you. The minute you don't care, they get bored. What's the old saying? Dogs don't bark at parked cars. Your reaction gets them excited. When you react, when you stay small because they shout, boom, they win. How about they shout and you rise? You with me? Standing in the face of cynicism. Standing in the face of everything that is not leadership. The norm. Leaders are few and far between. Guess how many people remember the leaders? Everybody. Guess how many people are the leaders? Hardly anybody. If I say, you recognize the name. If I say, I have a dream! Who comes to mind? And here's why, because he didn't say, I have a dream. I've got a dream. Some of you are still pissed off that I said fuck. That's not allowed. I don't make it a part of my everyday language, but when I'm doing these kind of seminars, I just make the point, don't get fucked off because somebody said fuck. It's the word, it's their word. Let them have fun with it. You don't have to participate if you don't want to. I used to do all of that in my earlier years. Then I decided to refine my language. But don't get pissed off because somebody said something that you don't connect with or understand or relate to, right? Imagine if you can enroll a person that says fuck every other word. Instead of sitting there getting pissed off. Oh, I love it. So just give yourself the freedom to be okay with everything. You with me? Give yourself the freedom to be okay with everything. All personality types, all shapes and sizes, all tones, all tonalities, all languages. Just be cool with it. It's all good. They're operating in their world, in their frequency. If you can accept that and connect to it, you'll create miracles. Who inspired Martin Luther King? Mahatma Gandhi. After 200 years of one of the biggest populations on the world being passive and doing nothing about a situation, along comes this tiny, skinny, little guy that says, okay, guys and girls, let's sort this situation out. You can't sort this out. They've got guns and cannons and loads of, weapons that we don't have. We don't stand a chance. Unless we get some guns and cannons and we'll blow the shit out of them. And he said, no, we're not going to do that. What? We're going to do it without violence. What a concept. Overcoming violence without violence. Is it possible? Is it possible? Yes. Only because somebody said so. It's not the norm, is it? That's not the norm. The norm is to react. They bombed us, we'll bomb them. That's clever. We've got bigger bombs. Congratulations. Right? We've got bigger guns. Wow. That's enlightening. That's holistic thinking, isn't it? Very inclusive. There are always options. Write this down. There are always better options. When you see yourself doing stuff that wasn't the best option, just press pause. Say, hold on a second, how can I do this better? Don't judge how you did it or how you're about to do it. Catch yourself before you do it in an ideal situation. Catch yourself before you do it. I'll give you an example. Who here drives? Quite a lot of us, right? If you drive cars, then you'll understand this. Most of us will understand this, right? When you first got your driving license, remember that time when you got your driving license, the very first time, you got in the car, you hit the road, and nobody knew how to drive. You were the only one. So who let these other people on the road? Remember those days? Why are they driving so slow? What's their problem? Remember those days? You knew all the rules, right? And then came that day, one day, you're driving along, minding your own business, not bothering anybody, and along comes another driver, and they just cut you up. No indicator, no warning, bang, they just come in front of you. And you hit the brakes, and what do you do next? You go to a new state. Your state from relaxed, chilling out, enjoying your drive moves to another state, doesn't it? Yes. The red comes out. What the? Who the hell do you think you are? And what do? Hit the horn, right? Beep, beep, beep. We wind the window down, give some hand signals. Remember those days? Here's the best part, they don't even have a mirror. Their car is soundproof and no mirror. They didn't even know all of that happened. Can you see the ludicrousness of it? All of that drama in your world, they're just carrying on, ready to cut the next person up, because that's what they do. Happy days, they're happy as Larry. They're still cruising. We're going to cut up next. I used to chase people in the wrong direction. They took a left, I take a left. Just to make sure they saw my headlights flashing. You did that to me. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Who wins? They do. They win. Can you see that? Because you didn't understand yourself. The world wins when you don't understand yourself. Everyone can be a victim to everything. Your partner wins when you don't understand yourself. Your children win when you don't understand yourself. Your parents win when you don't understand yourself. Your boss wins, your work colleagues win, your neighbors win. The driver you'll never meet again will win when you don't understand yourself. Then I learned some stuff. I learned about self-awareness. One of the foundations of everything. Self-awareness. The clue is in the words. It's not other people awareness. Yeah, but counts, you don't know. He's like this and she's like that. Really? So, great observation, Sherlock. He is like that, she is like that. So what? What's that got to do with your reaction? What's that got to do with who you are right now in that situation? Can you see? That's why this is an ongoing process. It's every day, right? This stuff doesn't disappear. It shows up every day, everywhere. And you've got to just let go as quick as you can. That's the game. The name of the game is let go of your reaction as quickly as you can. Things that used to take months to get over now take weeks. Things that took years to get over can take months. Things that took weeks to get over can take days. You can get it right down to in the zone if you're present to your power. When you get present to your power, you can really let go of stuff. How many have ever been in a relationship? About half of us. I'm really worried about the rest of you. Let me do a relationship seminar, shall I? Maybe you didn't understand my question. How many of you have ever been in a relationship of any kind? Show me your hands, look around. So we've all got experience in relationships, right? Relationships are the best, aren't they? That's the true test. Relationships, any relationships, all relationships. The closer the relationship, the bigger the learning opportunity. The closer the relationship, the bigger the learning opportunity. Some of you think the bigger the problem. And the bigger the learning opportunity, right? If you can overcome yourself in and around the people that are closest to you, guess who wins? Who wins? You do. Here's what's really amazing. When you win, they win. That's when you can really create a world of win-win. If you can understand yourself better, then you can be better for yourself. With self-awareness, you can be better for you. And when you can be better for you, you can be better for others. It's not rocket science, is it? We're trying to make everyone else better, right? You're focused on the wrong stuff. You can't make others better until you become better. You see that? When you become a better version of yourself, the world automatically transforms instantly, in the moment. Every time you're challenged with something, every time you feel that you are bringing out the worst of yourself, just take a look. What's this really about? If it's not about what's going on in this instant, what is it really about? Everything always links back to something else. If you're being nasty to someone now, it's linking to something else that happened. The more you can resolve your past, the more powerful you can be in your future. Write that one down, Kalpesh Patel. You with me? So start resolving your issues, right? How do you resolve issues? Self-awareness. You need to know when you're not bringing out the best version of yourself. So when you're doing something that is not what you're committed to doing, ask yourself why. How many of you have shouted and screamed at somebody you love? Show me your hand. Is that what you wanted to do? No. Right? You see? So what if you had another option? Other than the knee-jerk trained reaction that you're used to, when somebody does this, you do this. What if you could interrupt that pattern and say, right, the next time somebody does this, I do something else? Would that be powerful? Yes. But you can only interrupt something if you're aware of it. If you're not aware, you repeat the pattern. Human beings are creatures of habit. So here's the real power of all of this. The more you get to know yourself, the more you can transform yourself. People will be shocked the next time they do something that normally gets you to shout and you don't shout. You actually have a conversation like a loving, respectful human being with another loving, respectful human being that just happens to be doing something different to what your reality is expecting. The reason you get angry is because anger is already inside you, right? It's not their problem. The anger, like orange juice, was already inside you. They just knew how to squeeze it out. They are actually helping you solve your problems. When people push your buttons, they're helping you to work your stuff out. Who likes the new paradigm? Isn't that powerful? So the next time you do you, thank the person that gave you the opportunity to learn about yourself. Say, wow, do you know what? That was a different version of me. I didn't mean to be angry. I didn't mean to shout. That was nonsense. I'm not committed to that. I'm committed to way better. And communicate in a different way. Make sense?
Yes.
Interrupting your patterns of behavior is not easy. Some of us have inherited patterns of behavior. We learn from the minute we're born. When we are born, we're a blank canvas, full of possibility in the world. We can be, do, and have anything. Imagine a brand new human being, because their parents got excited, takes birth with infinite possibilities in this thing called life, which disappears in a couple of blips. And what happens? They start learning. We are born to learn. The mechanism of the human structure is to absorb our environment, take whatever we're getting, and become, replicate, mimic, copy that. Is making sense? Some of us behave like our parents behave. It's not good or bad. I'm just saying that that's a limited way of behaving. If all you know is how your parents did life, then your life is a little bit more predictable than it could be. Imagine if you could make your life unpredictable. Imagine if you could behave in other ways too. Would that be cool? Who thinks it would be powerful to access more ways of behavior? Of course. Powerful, right? So you are not who you think you are. You're so much more. So if you want to transform something, it begins with knowing the direction you want to go in. If you don't know the direction you want to go in, you're just like a leaf in the wind, blowing around from here to there, and you'll end up somewhere. A leaf in the wind has no direction, right? Just floats around. If it lands on soil, it will disappear into the soil and add some nutritional value to the soil. If it lands on a concrete building, it will just disappear there, right? It's got no say in the matter. What if you had a say in where you end up? Do you even know where you want to end up? Let's just imagine for a little while that before you took birth, you decided in advance what you wanted in this playground called Earth. Loads of swings and toys and slides and all these experiences available on this planet called Earth. So there you are, bouncing around the universe as a soul, as a spirit, as energy, just interacting with energy. And you go, oh, that planet looks nice. I want to dip down there for like 70 or 80 years and have a bit of fun. But the deal is that by the time you land on planet Earth, you forgot why you came down here. Then you're like the leaf in the wind. It's just a game to play, right? It's not truth what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's an option. So I'm like, imagine if you could work out why you came here. The earlier you work that out, remember, the earlier you can remember who you are, the quicker you can get on that path and experience what you actually came here to experience. I am convinced not every human being was floating around the universe and said, I can't wait to get to that planet Earth, which is so beautiful with tons of toys and experiences, and do hardly anything with it. You with me? There are dreams, goals, aspirations that are in all of us that we can tap into if we want. So have a vision. Be clear. The clearer the vision, the easier to make the adjustments, easier to set the sails to get you going where you want to get to. It's not easy. It's easier. You with me? Nothing worth having is easy. Here's what it is. It's worth going through whatever you've got to go through to have it. You can have everything or anything you want on this planet as an experience. People think this is about things. It's not about things. It's about experiences. You can have any and every single experience on this planet if you choose it. But if you don't know, then some of us just keep in the same experiences, repeating over and over and over again. which is fine. I often say life keeps serving back up to you the lessons that you haven't worked out yet. People that stay in relationships that are unhealthy for them, people on the outside that have healthy relationships are thinking, why are you there? Why would you put up with that? But the person inside has no self-awareness. They don't realize they have options, they have choices. Making sense? They don't have the vision of a different outcome, so they stay where they are. We're comfortable with what we know. We're familiar. Familiarity breeds. These phrases didn't come out of nowhere, right? People actually looked at life, studied life, and came out with these gems, but nobody understands them. We know the words. Oh, it's content. And look at your life. Stay on top of it. Don't get familiar with any of it. Wayne Dyer said something really beautiful on one of his tapes. He said, imagine if you never knew the person that you're married to every day. Now that gives them room to grow, doesn't it? Imagine waking up every day not knowing the people you're familiar with. But you don't know who they are. And we don't. We only know a version of people. What if you gave people the room to expand? Who thinks there's power in that? Relationships will thrive if you could give the people around you the room to be who they are, rather than desperately keeping them the way you want them to be. Some of you sit there going, oh, that like a relationship where I was free and they were free. Wow. Like, what if? Powerful, right? So what's the vision? Now listen, sometimes visions don't match up. Then be courageous enough and brave enough to declare that. Draw the line in the sand. Move forward. If your visions don't align, if you're not moving in direction, or can't support each other's direction, if it's against your values, if you're with somebody that has a vision that is the opposite of your values and what you stand for, what's important to you, be courageous enough to say, do you know what? I love you. It's a bit, and I have done. We're heading in such far directions, opposite directions. It's healthier for you to find somebody who can support that. I can't support it. And let's support each other in being the best version of ourselves and fulfilling each other's visions, right? Does making sense? Who's a little bit scared right now?
Bring it on.
Bring it on. But really, this is the hard talk, right? Like, who says? Who says you have to compromise yourself? You've got one shot, 78 years at best, right? On average. I think the average is around that. You've got one shot to live the best life that you've ever had. You're going to give up being the best version of you just because your partner's too scared that you're going to grow? What? Grow and say, hey, come grow with me. Or say bye. You know why Alex is single, don't you? There's no right or wrong, no fixed stuff. I'm saying just understand yourself better. Decide what you want from your life. It's your life. What do you want from it? What's important to you? Without that, you're kind of just a leaf in the wind. And then you fuel it. This is the fuel. Napoleon Hill talks about this. One of the most important of his 13 teachings. A burning desire. A fire that burns so strong, you become unstoppable. Like, we've all accessed this at some point. All of us. We brought out a part of ourselves from within that allowed us to do things that were extraordinary. As life goes on, we get a little bit relaxed with stuff. But all of us have the ability to bring it on. Like, get fired up. What if you can get fired up about your relationship? or relationships. Wouldn't that be cool? If you get fired up about the fact that you still have a mum to love, instead of just having a mum, can you see the difference? You can appreciate having a mum to love when you've lost a father. If you've got both parents around, what a freaking blessing, but are you present to that? Again, life passes to us the lessons that we need to have to help us understand this stuff better, right? But you can get fired up about what you got, rather than just crying about what you haven't got. What you haven't got pales in comparison to what you've got. What you don't have is nothing compared to what you have. But what do we focus on? All the things we don't have. Your riches are already inside of you. We just forget. The name of the game is to remember. When you're present to the riches, everything's easy. I always say life's as easy as you want it to be. Life is as easy as you want it to be. Wow. Is it possible that life could be as easy as you want it to be? Is that possible?
Yes.
If you say it is. Henry Ford said that, right? Whether you say you can or you can't, either way you are right. Wow. What if it was that simple? What if it was that simple? Whether you say you can or you can't, you're right. You can't do that, says the person who's never done anything to the person that's making stuff happen. You can't do that, really? Okay. No, you can't do that. Watch me. There's another way, right? Don't impose your beliefs on me. When somebody says you can't do that, that's not possible, it's impossible, that's their reality, don't make it yours. One of the hardest things to learn in life, don't make other people's reality yours. Power of creation. The most powerful thing you can do is create and recreate yourself ongoingly throughout your life. Recreate your vision, recreate your future, recreate your next experience. There's no, oh yeah, but I got these goals from 10 years ago. Been there. You aren't the person you were 10 years ago. What are you doing holding on to that nonsense? The person that had those goals 10 years ago is a different person. What do you want now? The real goals are for now, not for the future. What is your vision for yourself now? Who are you? Who are you committed to being? Right here, right now, in that interaction with your boss or with your colleague, with your neighbor, with your partner, with your parent, with your children. Who are you now? That's real vision, right? People get it all mixed up. One day I'm going to get there. You're already here. You could drop off a cliff tomorrow, the cliff of life. You hold on to something that might happen one day, right? Bring it into the present. When you can bring your future into the present, you have power. So that fuel is what keeps you excited, engaged, committed, focused, keeps you the direction that you're committed to going in, which is better, more, improved, aware, awakened. Imagine that. Imagine we have the power to be, do, and have every experience on the planet. And we don't even believe it. I love Grandpa Crypto. Where are you, Andy? Absolute legend. Kalpesh, I'm going to do the skydive. You're going to do it? 78 years old, ready to do skydives. Kalpesh, I hear the longest zip line in the world is here. Can we go? How many of you shit yourself at the thought of zip line? It's the playground, right? Grandpa Victor Andy loves this playground. That's what I see in Andy every time I see him. He's present, he's full of love, he's fun, he's chilled, he's yellow, he's red, he's green, he's blue, he's up for all of it. Just there. Do you know what I mean? Not that. I don't do skydives. Oh. Congratulations. Can you see? What is that? Fear is the biggest killer of everything. Fear. And it shows up in language. It shows up in your thoughts, your words, your actions, all of it. It shows up all over your life. If you can start to identify the fear, get familiar with your fears and overcome them, then you grow. When you take your fears on, you grow. When you live by your fears, you stay the same. Can you see that? So let your desire fuel your growth. That takes courage. These are fundamental pillars in the journey of your transformation. It's courageous to re-declare yourself. I'm not the person you thought I was. Here's who I am really. Here's what I'm committed to really. This is big stuff, right? Like I said, it's not easy. It's as easy as you want it to be. You are not your past. You are not limited by your past. Your experiences so far are nothing compared to what you can magically manifest in the world. You can manifest anything you want. Are there any shy people in the room? Any people that are shy? Show me hands if you're shy. Imagine asking shy people to put their hand up. It's never going to happen, is it? Put my hand up in public or what? Trust me, nothing's going to happen. But you see what I'm saying? Some people are so scared to even put their hand up until somebody else puts their hand up. How weird is that? See if the person in front puts their hand up, then I'll put my hand up. If the person next door puts their hand up, then I'll put my hand up. There's no self-leadership there. That's called following. If you don't know where you're going, you'll follow everyone everywhere and not get anywhere. Imagine if you could put your hand up. What would it be like? What if you could put your hand, there you go, see? Like, just understand that, it's the littlest thing, but just notice that, observe it about yourself. How do you show up in different environments, different places? What stops you? This is the stuff that's really about. What goes on that freezes you up? And free that stuff up. Overcome that program. So shy people, if you've ever said, yeah, I'm shy, I don't do this, I don't do that because I'm shy, have the courage to put your hand up. Let's have a transformation moment. Show me your hands. Look at that. Wow, that's amazing. Look at that. A few more hands, right? Brilliant. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause. Not easy for a shy person to put their hand up in public, right? That's a breakthrough. That's transformation. You've now done something you wouldn't ordinarily do, right? Transformation happens in moments like that. So as you start to understand the pieces of the puzzle, it can all come together. So it takes bringing something out that you haven't done before. And become honorable. That's even a word, right? Be somebody that can be counted on. Firstly, to yourself. Can you count on yourself? When you say you're going to do something, do you get it done? Or do you put it off? You make stories. You make excuses. I'm going to do this. And you don't do it. I'm going to do that. Something gets in the way. Whatever gets in the way is just another experience that gives you an opportunity to grow. Said you're going to do this and you end up not doing it. Just have a look at what happened. What got in the way? Identify your own obstacles. Identify your demons. There's so much power in this. If you get to grips with your mechanism, everyone has the same mechanism. There's a brain, there's a nervous system, and then there's a body that takes command from that mechanism. What you say to yourself, what you say to the world, what you do in the world determines the experiences you have. Making sense?
Yes.
We're all wired differently, but with the same mechanism. It's like a computer, right? The software makes them all different. My computer is completely different to yours because the software, but when we bought it, it was identical. That making sense? When it's born, the computer is identical. Every laptop is identical, it's the same brand and same make. The minute you put the first application, it changes. When you buy a brand new phone, it's the same as everybody else's phone. When you download an application, bang, it changes. It's now personal. That making sense? We are exactly the same. We're all born with the same mechanism. Then we download the applications, and that gives us the experiences. Making sense? Some of your apps are out of date. There are newer apps available, better apps available to make your life much, much more fun, productive, effective, and personal. Isn't that cool? So today, you have permission to download some new apps. Who's up for downloading some new apps? Yeah. This is about recreation, whatever you want. What if you could have any app on your phone? Download it. I can't stop smiling. Download the app. Just, right, you have access to that. So decide what apps you want by knowing what you want, and then get focused on that, right? Get focused on that, make that your daily activity. And that's Kaizen, your daily activity. Kaizen is a Japanese word that talks about constant, never-ending improvement. It's a philosophy that they live by. Constant and never-ending improvements. Wow. Constant. There's power in that. There's so much power in consistency, in anything. The more consistent you are, the easier it becomes. Anything. It's easy to be consistently rubbish. Flip the switch, you can be consistently amazing. And then it's never ending. I love the bit of Kalpesh, I'm already transformed. I've done this before. I've been there before. I know this. The minute somebody says, I know that, I'm like, you missed it. If you know it and it's not reflecting, if you're not manifesting it, then you missed it. I already know this, Kalpesh. Show me in your life. Where do you use it? What do you mean? What do you mean, where do I use it? Yeah, it's not for knowing, it's for using. So it's constant and it's never ending. And it's improvement. It's constant, it's never ending, and it's improvement. What a beautiful philosophy. Some of us improve when we go to a seminar. If you're only going to a seminar every 6 months, that's about 100 improvements in a lifetime. You see that? That's the ones that go to seminars. Most people don't improve anything. But if you're committed to improvement, most people improve when they go to seminars or events, right? And then they go home and they do exactly what they did before they went to the seminar. They tell everyone how amazing the weekend was, but their life looks exactly the same. Nothing improved. And your partner saying, all those, if you ever heard this, check up from the neck up time. If your partner says, you go to all these seminars, but you're still a twat, what's going on? And it's time to take the check up with the neck up, right? Don't be a twat all the time. Like show the world that there's something out other than just, I know this stuff. Yeah, freaking show us. Counts, I've done this personal development course, and everyone I speak to, they don't want to go. I'm not surprised. It's because you know it all. Who wants to go with somebody that knows it all? Show them, don't tell them, show them. That's the real juice, right? Actual application. Knowledge on its own, nobody cares. Nobody cares how much you know. Nobody's interested. Some of us know a lot of shit, right? So what? Bring it into your life. This is what most people hate. Measurable outcomes. There is no transformation if it's just a feeling. You can't measure the feeling inside. How do you get that feeling out into the world? That's the real ultimate measure. Are you with me?
Yes.
This is the biggest kind of leap, if you like, of transformation, where you manifest all the great stuff that you feel and you get and you understand into your life. You're able to bring it out, turn it into reality. So it actually shows up. Measurable outcomes. What does it look like when you are being transformed in your relationship? What is that supposed to look like for the person you're with? Declare it, let them know. When you declare it, now there's measures that can be put in place. Making sense? Who are you in your business? No point telling everyone and not showing. When you tell everyone, you're now painting yourself into a corner. The likelihood of you doing it increases dramatically when you tell people. Some of us are V5s in their head, we've never told anyone. Because your fear won't let you. What if I don't make it? What if it doesn't happen for me? And then you keep that alive. Tell people, I'm going to be a V5 by June. Whatever it might be, right? Declare it. Now people will hold you accountable. Put some positive pressure on your lazy frog self that will easily not do what you said you were going to do. How many of you have said you were going to do stuff and not done it? Show your hands. So we know one thing for sure. Human beings can be counted on to not be counted on. Are you with me? That's the default setting of being human. Default setting. New Year's Eve. Who's ever had one of those? A few of us. Congratulations. The rest of you haven't woken up yet. New Year's Eve. What happens? New Year's resolutions. It's that time of the year, isn't it? Can you already identify the issue? They only happen once a year. There's no consistency there. There's only about 50 opportunities to grow in a lifetime. You see the problem? Imagine if you had resolutions every month. you're already 12 lifetimes ahead of everybody else. Can you see? And add to that the power of consistency on top of consistency, you're off in the stratosphere. What if you did it weekly? What if you declared your new self weekly? Can you see the power of that? What if you did it every day? Every day, that's where affirmations come in. Remind yourself with affirmations. In the beginning, affirmations are lies. In the beginning, affirmations are lies for most people. They're a version of ourselves that exists in here, but doesn't exist outside of ourselves. Is that making sense? That's how affirmations work. And the name of the game is tell yourself something consistently enough and powerfully enough that your lie becomes your belief. Spell belief. Lies right in the middle of it. You with me? Yes. If you tell yourself you're lying long enough and consistently enough and often enough, that then turns into your belief. Stuff is powerful when you understand it. You can literally reprogram yourself in any area of your life you want to. You are no way. You are no fixed way. Kalpesh, this is how I am. No, you're not. That's just how you are now. What else do you want to be? What else do you want to be? Give yourself permission to be whoever you want to be. Some of you haven't laughed loud for years, right? There are people that won't, oh, Kalpesh, I don't laugh loud. Some of you can't help laughing loud, right? But all of these things are things that we've learned to do and not do, right? If you don't laugh loud, practice laughing loud for a while. Just to open up that muscle, just to show yourself that you're not who you thought you were. You can laugh loud if you want to. Let it out. Are you with me? There you go. Oh God, if we're going to laugh, do it properly. Yeah. Love it. So let go of your identity. Let go of how you identify with yourself. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm saying let go of the judgment. Just know whatever you've got so far is a fraction of what you've got available to yourself. However great everything is in your life is a fraction of how great is yet to come. If you start practicing these distinctions. You with me? Yes. Now the affirmations. Who knows people that have been affirming great stuff for years and their life still sucks? Who knows people like that? This isn't like do this one thing and then everything changes. It's a series of stuff that needs to happen. You with me? Transformation isn't just getting into a cocoon. It's what happens inside of that cocoon when you're in it that allows something else to come out the other side. Does that make sense? So with affirmations comes new habits. Whatever you are affirming, add new habits, new structures in your life that remind you of that. You with me? Add new structures in your life that remind you of it. Put it in your diary. Set alarms. Some of you are sitting there going, what? Set alarms? Yeah, because you'll forget what you said here. You will forget tomorrow. Tonight you're going to forget. How many of you are forgetful? Yeah, humans by default are forgetful. We only remember the stuff we want to remember. You with me? We only remember the stuff we want to remember. Everything else we delete because it's convenient. I know I said it then, I didn't mean it. The person next to me said it, so in the moment I said it, but I wasn't committed to it. That's why it's important to lead and not be led, right? Don't just say stuff to look good and fit in. Honesty is huge. Be real. What are you really committed to? Get to the bottom of that, zero in on it, and then get consistent on that. It's not about being the best at everything that's available on the planet. You'll never do that. There's too many things available on the planet to be the best at all of them all the time. Choose your journey, choose your path, choose your toys, choose your rides, and then master those. That making sense? Remember whatever it is you came here to remember, and then do that. That's what people call purpose. I found my purpose. They remembered. Some people say, I found my purpose, and their life still sucks. That's because their purpose was somebody else's purpose. They were following. This making sense? Like, really find out what it is that you want from this life. And it's not what somebody else wants. It's not based on other people. How many times do we hear people talk about when they're younger, especially, we're very young, impressionable, peer pressure and all of that. And there's a theme that goes on. One day I want a Ferrari. Said who? Somebody else. How can you want a Ferrari if you've never driven the go-kart? Do you see what I'm saying? We say stuff that has zero value or reality. That's why they never drive a Ferrari. It becomes something others said, so they said it. There's no commitment to it. There's no clarity or vision for it. It just was fashionable, felt good, and they fitted in at the time. You with me? Life is like that. It's like, just make yourself aware of it. It's like, do you really? Like, what do you really want? If you could, redesign that, let go of whatever you thought you wanted, and you might find you've never wanted a Ferrari. It's making sense. You might just want whatever you want. Imagine that. Most of our goals and dreams are based on how we think we are supposed to dream. Because of the images that we see on television and magazines and just surrounded by stuff, the people that we hold as idols, pop stars, rock stars, whatever it might be. It's all of that that's feeding you what you think you're supposed to want. Does it make sense? Then you can choose what you want, rather than just being led by the push of the world around you, or the pull of the world around you. So you're disrupting your life so that you can recreate it. Don't just go with it. Question yourself. Why am I doing this? What is this for? What is this really for? Beyond this, then what? The power of accountability. We are more likely to go through an uncomfortable phase of growth if we've declared it to those around us that care than we are if we say it to ourselves. We are more likely to produce a result or an outcome if we declare it to people that care. Very important. Don't declare it to naysayers. Don't declare it to people that want to see you fall, that want to hold you back, that want to keep you the same. Declare it to people that want the best for you. That's why I love what we've got here, the structure of family. Every person in this room wants the best for you. That's an environment to thrive in. This structure, what we've got here, you can literally get all the support, all the training, the knowledge, the experience, everything you want to help you get to your next stage. If you're committed, the support exists here. You can declare any kind of dream, goal, vision for yourself here. And you've got a bunch of people around you that will hold you accountable, teach you, train you, give you the step-by-step process to help you through your journey. Just making sense? How powerful is that? People pay fortunes to get that kind of support outside of this environment. Fortunes. You get it for free. Amazing.
Thank you, Kalpesh.
You bet. Don't take that for granted, right? It'll be so easy. It'll be a shame, really. It'll be a shame if this just happened to be another event that you went to. For me, that would be the biggest shame. That you go out there and you tell people you went to a really nice event. What would be really powerful is if you came out of this event and demonstrated in the world with actions and habits, sharing with people how you're willing to break yourself up, overcome your fears, overcome your limitations, overcome your past experiences, and recreating yourself and redeclaring yourself. This is how it was. I'm no longer committed to that anymore. Here's what I'm committed to. Everyone that knows me, I want you to hold me to account. Let your peer group know. Let your family know, let your friends know that you're committed to better. You're committed to improving. And I don't need you to judge me. I don't need to give me a hard time or beat me up when I'm not doing that. But a gentle reminder will be great. Make sense? Surround yourself with people that support your growth. Surround yourself with people that want you to win. And your win comes faster. That's all. So that's this environment here, right? We've created something spectacular here.
Yes.
If you're present to it, you benefit from it. If you're not, what a wasted opportunity. Who's responsible for being present to this? You are, right? It's your job to implement whatever it takes. To know yourself better, identify where you let yourself down, take away the blame, take away your past, stop pointing the finger, go in and release the brakes. We're going to do some exercises later on that are going to help you to release some brakes. Who's ready for that? Yeah. We're going to go through a process of transformation. You guys are going to be off the chain, insanely transformed. We're just setting the foundation right now. So we've got 2 more sessions left. One session, the next session is all about an industry that I fell in love with 25 years ago, has served me phenomenally over that 25 years. It's responsible for all of my growth and learning and transformation. It's an industry that is misunderstood, misrepresented, miscommunicated. But my mission is to help as many people to shift that and communicate it more powerfully and with clarity so we can reach more people. And that industry is network marketing, the most beautiful invention in the world of entrepreneurship. I'm going to share my full 25-year experience and what little I've learned over that 25 years in the hope that some of you might grab a couple of bits of nuggets and implement them into your life so you can create whatever you want to create in this incredible industry and redesign your financial future. So thank you so much. We've got a 1.5 hour break for lunch. We'll see 1.5 hours. Thank you. Oh, we've got an announcement. Don't leave. One sec.
Okay, if you haven't got your lanyard, can you please go and get them because you will need them to get in to the next part, yeah? Go and get one of these if you haven't got one. after you get out of here. Thank you very much.
And one more thing, if you're sharing pictures and videos, please add hashtag the Kalpesh Patel so that we can all connect with each other. Hashtag the Kalpesh Patel.
And then the last thing, just make sure there is the videographer just outside and he's taking testimonials. Anyone that wants to give a testimonial on the Kalpesh Patel, hashtag the Kalpesh Patel as well, then make sure that you go and see the videographer where the two big Kalpesh Patels are standing. Thank you. 3 o'clock, we're meeting back, so be ready for a 3 o'clock event. Enjoy lunch. Bye.
Lanyards are at the back of the room. The lanyards are at the back of the room for those who don't have any.
before I have like a son, Alex, you know? Yeah. I have the best model one. I'm selling it. But he said, you know me, you know? Listen to the new one. Max.
Не, просто все по-честному, один себе, а один на них.
Не, ну так, это девушку на подарок. Они все одинаковые, надо же.
Да.
Someone stop. Someone stop. Stop it. Yes. Is your battery on full charge?
Yeah.
We are.
It's not too much.
Lincoln, there you go. All I know is that Robbie from the castle.
So, how many is
There's someone.
one you know
This is me, there's a VIP planet.
Okay.
And
about that So I do it from my camera or yours? I do it from mine because I'm used to mine. Wait.
where's the shot?
We're just a little bit in the way, but it's okay. Let me go and
You do vertical.
Huh? That's okay. Where's the mic? Hold the mic. There.
Hello everyone, welcome to the greatest show on earth. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Life is super beautiful. Yay! Yes! Yes! Yes!
today's day one.
Do you want to see it? I'm going to do the same now.
I'll do it on your camera.
Yeah. You'll see it. Wait. Oh. Wait. Do you want me to do it again?
Yeah, without the bag.
Yeah, I was going to do. What about this? It doesn't matter if it's there.
No, it doesn't matter. Oh, look at this.
Oh, he's got his
I mean, count down. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. Wait. 3, 2, 1.
Yes, and this is only the beginning. You need to change your mindset. Your mindset will change your life. Woo-hoo! You better do this before someone else comes in. I'll look at it in a minute.
Mind, think, mind and heart. We've got everything. Well, you left all your crap there.
Yeah. Tell me when you're ready. Or I'll tell you.
No, wait yet. What was I supposed to do?
Hello? I can't see you. Okay, this is brilliant. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
And today, after Kalpesh's teaching, I realized you've got the mind got the heart, and you've got everything. And you know what? My purpose is everything. I'm going to be me, and with me, the whole world is going to change to be a better you. Thank you, Kalpesh.
What we doing here? You know, we're pushing in the chair. I don't know. Because you like it. I see. What did you want us to be doing?
So, just be straightening the chair out. Any empty bottles and make it like a bit of a reset.
Fine.
I mean, there's people who left this up. Yeah. And then you just do a count of how many chairs we've got now, because we've got way more than this, like. Yeah.
So you write more. There's a lot more people.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I mean, maybe they start to have your own stuff, but.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You want to take it?
I will, in fact.
Yeah. What is it?
A shot from my skin. Yeah, with that product, like, also protects me from my dry, fire, and light. So, we'll run around here. And then this is
What I think we could do is this. And what is we can straighten a little chair up so they line up and create that. That was already got that.
Now, what's the point of going under?
Just so we know. Right, one more. You wanna work the door on this side and try and up.
Graduating from a 3 grade forward, and that goes down.
Are you promoted?
Money got me on that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's that?
fence here.
Yeah. So maybe Calps and, fences as well.
Yeah.
And then everyone else, yeah.
Yeah, they'll take from up. Yeah, it's
Oh,
better.
they have, right. So maybe something else.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm surprised you. The real expert. We talk about we need to make sure that it's yeah. So make sure. Mix it up there, for sure. Some more blue wine, yeah. That's what I was thinking outside. Don't want me to go to the reception, we do it. When we go back. Well, let's do it with the photo. Sorry. You do it with the So that's all you need it for, yeah? Photo will do it, yeah. Yeah, fine. Fine, and then, if they leave another camera behind, if you want to do it, it's okay. Yeah. So it's not too much.
What time?
We want to get more testimonials.
After the main event?
Yeah, so 4:30 is gonna happen, we've got the cake's gonna be one, so deal with that. And then that's it. That's our testimony now, but I do think like that, not early. Yeah. I'm not gonna let them do it. So would you have testimony? That's the people collect for it.
Yeah. This.
Are you told to be done now or don't you mind?
Stop. If you just give me a hand, tell me. Check. 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 1, 2, 2. Hey. 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 Check.
he, she.
Right, guys, if you're not a volunteer, can I please request you wait outside the room? If you are not a volunteer, please wait outside of the room, except for registration. Thank you. Only volunteers in the room, thank you.
Yeah, cool. But after everyone knows it. Well done.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
Yeah.
Sunday what? Gotta get. Is everybody ready? If you're ready, put your hands up. Get in the room. We got people from this hall. If you're from this hall, put your hands up. If you're from the UK, put your hands up. If you're from India, put your hands up. If you come from Africa, put your hands up. If you're ready to take your life to the next level, put your hands up! Come Can we all start making our way to our seats, please? Are we all having fun? I can't hear you, man. Come on, you can make more noise than that. Are you all having fun? Okay, so as we're all making our way to the seats, there are a few people that have misplaced sunglasses and pens. If anyone has come across anything that's not yours, can you please hand them in at the back so the rightful owners have their stuff, okay? So anyone come across a Mont Blanc pen and some sunglasses, please hand them in the back. They are very sentimental. Okay. Are we all ready for the next part of this experience?
Go there, look.
Yeah, you'll see that. Okay, so we're going to be covering, like Kalpesh said, the MLM industry. Let me quickly share what happened to me. I met Kalpesh 18 years ago. I won't share the exact story because that's for another event. But I got introduced to network marketing by Kalpesh 18 years ago. Now, some of you may be new to this industry, which is why Kalpesh is covering this. He has 25 years experience in this industry and has been at the top of 11 companies consecutively. I think that deserves a round of applause. Because this is so important, I'm going to make a request that you either put your phones off or on silent, as they do disturb the speaker and the speakers themselves. Okay, so I'll give you a moment to do that. So because this part is so important, this industry has produced more millionaires than any other industry in the world. How many of you here want to take your business to the top? Well, give it up for the man at the top, Mr. Kalpesh Patel! Wow, thank you.
How exciting, right? Just get presents out for a second. An industry that's produced more millionaires than any other industry in the world. You're in it. Know about it. How many, how many people haven't got a clue? I want you to imagine. I've been really lucky in my life, right? I've been really blessed. I've never had a job. Never had to work for somebody else. And the reason for that is when I was growing up, I saw both sides of life very early. Super blessed, right? So when my parents came and they were living like 30 of them in a 4-bedroom house in East London, making their way forward, I saw all of them working factory jobs, multiple jobs, evenings, weekends, whatever it took, making a few pennies, saving a few pennies, and one by one breaking free of the system. I witnessed it. And what I witnessed is when I was 10, my mum and dad bought their first business. That was always the goal, that was always the talk, it was always the direction, if you like. The intention of that house with all of those family members was to one day free each and every one of them, because they already had their own business in Africa. So they didn't mind having a job here, but that wasn't their intention. The job fulfilled a time. and a space. Does that make sense? It served a purpose, so they could pay for the rent, put food on the table, do the basics. But the intention is important. Their intention was to become self-employed. 10 years old, they buy a shop.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The shop, longer hours than a job. From going to a 40-hour week to going to an 80 to 100-hour week. 7 days a week.
Yes.
So as a kid, I witnessed, wow, it's possible to work 7 days a week. It's possible to do 14 hours a day. You with me?
Yeah.
I witnessed it firsthand. Here's what else I witnessed. When you're 10 years old, and the first 10 years, your mum and dad are working really hard, and you see your grandparents and the rest of the family, uncles and aunts, raising you. And then suddenly you're 10 years old, and mum and dad are there when you wake up in the morning. And when you get back from school, mum and dad are there. As a 10-year-old, my subconscious said, wow, this life's way better than the other one. Self-employment is the way to go. Are you with me? Yeah. Here's what else happened. When they had jobs, we were poor financially. We weren't poor in family, in love and connection, and all the beautiful things we had. But there was never any abundance of money. When we had a shop, my dad bought his first brand new car. That was his thing, right? He bought a brand new car straight out of the showroom. It's a Ford Cortina Estates. So proud of it. We started going to restaurants for meals. That was like, what is that? What do you mean you can go to a place where other people serve up the food and wash the plates for you? We started shopping in shops where the experience was completely different, like quality, expensive clothes in nice shops. We started doing stuff, and we started going to Marks and Spencer instead of the market to get our clothes. Does this make sense? Yeah. So as a kid, I'm like, wow, having your own business gives you options that we never had before. This is the power of, when I'm saying you either got your own references or you've got to draw on somebody else's references, right? So I'm hoping some of you can maybe draw on my references if you haven't got any. But I can tell you this, that those 14-hour days, 7 days a week, were a very small price to pay for having the life that you love and everything that you want. Is making sense? Something that was never possible before, working for somebody else, suddenly became available when they started working for themselves. There's a price to pay. Write that down. There's always a price to pay. There's always a price to pay. You need to work out what that price is for you, right? It's different for everyone.
Yes. Cool.
For me, that boils down to how serious are you about what you want. How committed are you to the outcomes you talk about? Because you're going to say something like, I want freedom. And then you're going to say, but. And whatever comes after that for you is the thing you've got to resolve. All right? Whatever that is. So why don't you take a moment just to write that down? You want absolute freedom. You want enough to do what you want, when you want, with who you want. But just write down what's in the way of that. What's in the way of freedom? Imagine waking up without an agenda. Imagine waking up without a demand on you, other than the demand that you choose for you. That was possible. Who would want that life? If you could have a life that you chose what you do, when you do it, who you do it with. Who would love that life? Show me hands if you love that life. Of course, right? That's what's available on the other side of money. The main reason most people do what they do is for money. How you do that is up to you, right? Some ways give you freedom, other ways tie you up. So you've got to choose how you're going to make money. That's why I love this industry. It allows you to leverage money, leverage relationships, leverage time, leverage expertise. Isn't that beautiful? That's what this industry allows. Unlimited leverage in every direction. When interviewed John Paul Getty, the world's first billionaire, said, the question was, how did you make $1 billion? And here's what he said. I understood leverage. I understood I'd rather make 1% of 100 people's efforts than 100% of my own effort. Wow. If 100 people go to work and one gets sick, 99% of your income is protected.
Yes.
Here's what else happens. If 100 people put in 1 hour a day, you just get paid on 100 hours a day. Who can do that? Only leverage can give you that.
Yes.
You with me?
Yeah.
If 50 people put in 2 hours a day,
100 hours.
100 hours.
Yeah.
You can't do that without leverage.
Yes.
You can do 24 hours a day by yourself and burn yourself to death and never produce the result that 2 people can produce.
Yes.
Making sense?
Yeah.
Understand the principles of this beautiful industry. When I first saw this, I was blown away. I was like, what? Here was my first experience with network marketing. Not when I started, when I first got exposed. I was 17 years old. My next door neighbor took me to a presentation in London. It's the Royal National Hotel, I'll never forget. She said, you've got to dress up in a suit and shirt and tie. I've never done that before, had I? 17 years old. I was excited, I was all dressed up. Went off to the meeting. Over 1,000 people in the room. Everyone's excited. Stories on the stage, the testimonials, the transformation, the abundance of everything. I'm like, wow, this is me. I'm in. She pulls out the application form. I start filling it out. Age, 18 or over. I'm like, what? My whole world collapsed. I was like, no, but I want to do this. Luckily, I had an entrepreneurial dad who said he put it in my name. When I came back home, I said, I really want to do this. And he put his name on the application, and off I went. Selling water filters. That's how it started. 17 years old, I went to families and friends. That's what they said, right? Go to your families and friends. We did the puppy dog sale. Leave them a water filter, fit it in, and let them experience having filtered water. Off I went. Put the machines in people's houses. Didn't know how to fit them. I said, look, you need to work that bit out. I'll give you the machine for free. If you like it, you can pay me in a couple of weeks. Retailing products. No leverage. Sold a bunch of water filters. When I stopped selling, income stopped. You with me?
Yeah.
So then I'm looking at all these other people that are not selling water filters and making a fortune. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? So I couldn't quite grasp the whole team building. I didn't have the credibility. I didn't have the experience. I was young. I was fired up. I didn't have the rapport, the relationships, and all the rest of it. So I got distracted. I went on selling insurance for Abbey Life. I got spotted by, I'll never forget it, one of, I don't know where the connection came from, Dinesh, I'll never forget his name. But anyway, he said to my dad, listen, your son, I want to work with him, I want to groom him to become an insurance salesperson. He's got everything it takes. Working with me in this industry, he'll kill it. Off I went, I got trained in insurance. Started selling insurance to my family and friends. They're knocking on doors, I'm doing all of that, right? 18 years old. How about that? Trained to sell insurance. There's not much I haven't done, because that's what you do as an entrepreneur, you try all, right? I'm not a no to life, I'm a yes. Write this down. Be a yes before you're a no. I'm not saying you have to say yes to everything, right? I'm saying just be a yes. Find out. If it's for you, great, explore it. If it's not, do something else. But be a yes first. Most people are what? Most people are a no first. They need to be convinced to say yes, right? Why? What a lousy experience of life. Talking to a friend of mine the other day, I said, listen, when you get your first tattoo? He said, I don't like tattoos. I said, have you ever had one? He goes, no. I said, how do you don't like them? I was just toying with him. But you get my point, right? How can you know if you don't have a reference of something, right? How can you know whether you're great at something or not great at something? Whether you'll enjoy something or not enjoy something? Whether it's for you or it's not for you? Unless you're a yes first to find out if you're a no. So most people have that mixed up, right? Don't be a no first. You'll deny yourself opportunity. You'll deny yourself experiences. You'll get left behind in what was possible for you. You with me?
Yeah.
Be a yes first, and then be a no if it doesn't fit. Cool?
Cool.
That's So off I've gone doing all this other wonderful stuff. I had shops, retail, buying, selling shops. I was doing it all, right? I had a lot of energy, a lot of passion, a burning desire, a huge vision, massive goals and dreams and all that stuff. Because that's just been me. Ever since I was a little kid, that's been my thing. Of like, well, how can we really make something happen again? How can we do something extraordinary? How can we change the course? How can I make sure that we never end up in a situation that most people go through, which is one of struggle, frustration, upset, half-lived, half-baked life. Not everyone's born that way, right? But we can all learn to be that way, to train experience as well. I'm just blessed. I was born to think that way, right? For me, because of my environment, I've shared a little bit of it, but because of my experiences, there's tons more. But everything that I've been revealed in my life, the miracles I've witnessed, goodness, off the chain insane. So because of those experiences, I'm like, I'm getting the most of this thing called life. I'm going to do it all. Are you with me? And I do it all. I love it. There's very little that I haven't done. I hate to say it's like, right through every stage of my life, I'm going to yes first and then a no. So I want to invite all of you to try that out. Just try it. The next time you say no, say, hold on a second. What doors am I closing? What am I denying myself here? What's the value and the benefit that could open up if I said yes to this scenario? You with me? Now here's the thing, know when to say no. All right? This isn't a, hey listen, do you want to do a line with me? Yep. Unless that's your thing, then go do a line, right? If it's not your thing, don't do the line. So know your values, know what you stand for, know who you are. You with me? That's why it's important to get that stuff done early. Who are you? Now you know, but you can say yes to stuff that you might have been denying before. So far so good? So this industry, for me, in the beginning, I mean, it boggles my mind today that we haven't attracted more people into it. But in the beginning, here's how it was. I'm sat there, I'm looking at the circles on the screen, and I've done my own numbers. I'm like, given who I am and what I'm about, in 3 months' time, I'm going to be a millionaire. Didn't quite work out that way. Anyone else, the first time you saw network marketing, thought 3 months' time I'll crack this? That's how it works the first time. But that excitement opens up possibilities, right? Nobody becomes a millionaire in 3 months, but here's what it does. It opens up possibility. It opens up that you can be a millionaire. Now here's what I say. If you can, why wouldn't you? If you could be a millionaire, why wouldn't you? It's always baffled me. Who believes that you can be a millionaire? Show me how you believe it. You believe that, right? That's why we're here. I love it because the way that Jim Rohn puts it perfectly. So don't make it a goal to become a millionaire just for the money, but rather the person you would have to become to attract the million. Who do you need to become to make that your reality? It's not about the million. Millions can come and go. Trust me, I've been there. It's not about the million. It's who you end up being the other side. Life is never the same. Once you've achieved levels of success that most people can't even fathom, you become so much more than you ever were. You complain less. You live in gratitude more. You see possibilities more. Even when things are down, your mind can be raised back up because you've referenced it. You know what it is to see and hear. So train your mind every single day to see yourself there. Add that to your daily affirmations, your daily visualizations, your daily reprogramming of the mind. Visualization is a powerful, powerful exercise that really doesn't work. Someone trying to work that out. Visualization is a powerful exercise that does not work. How many people have been humming for years and nothing's changed? Right? Millions, Ferrari, mansion, travel, visualization boards everywhere. I'm going to have that, I'm going to have that, I'm going to have that. 10 years later, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's a myth. On its own, none of it works. Together, everything works. You can't just do one thing and hope that's going to solve it all. Visualization as a collective with everything else, affirmation, action, new habits, actions in the right direction, improvements. When you put it all together, that's when it all starts to work.
Yeah.
Is this making sense?
Yeah.
It's all a process to reprogram, rewrite your programs, get your subconscious on side of your conscious. When you can get your subconscious and your conscious on the same page, then everything works better.
Yeah.
That's the game. Bringing your subconscious in alignment with your consciousness. Starts with conscious desire. Then you've got to convince your subconscious. Your subconscious is designed to live in fear. Your subconscious, by nature, is to protect you and get you through life. Is that making sense? It's a survival program. In this room, it's nothing to do with survival. It's all to do with creation. You get that? Your subconscious mind, by thousands of years of programming, is designed to survive. It's a fear-based response mechanism. So that when you go close to fire, it stops you from burning yourself to death. When you're crossing the road, hopefully you look left and right and make sure you're safe. Your subconscious takes care of a lot of stuff so that you can get through this thing called life. But most people do not actively program their subconscious to work for them. Imagine this tool that's so powerful, it can protect you from so much and get you through life itself. Most people do not harness that to work for them. They use about 1% of its capabilities. There's 99% untouched potential, untouched power. If you can get your subconscious to start singing with you, goodness. You getting the flavor of what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
It's the mind behind the mind. The one you hear is your conscious mind. The one you don't hear, that's got so much more power and overrides everything in your conscious mind, is the one you want to train. Affirmations get through your conscious mind. Visualization gets through to your conscious mind. That's the surface work. There's work below that that really needs to get done. A lot of people resist this, but one of the most powerful ways to get in touch with your subconscious, meditation. Your meditative mind can manifest and create whatever you want it to. The number of times I've been there myself. Man, this is taking too long. It's frustrating. I'm falling asleep. I can't seem to get there. Nothing's happening. Who's tried meditation? Freaking boring, isn't it? Until you get past that. Until you get past that resistance. The reason it feels like that for a lot of people is because it's an absolutely untrained muscle. So your conscious mind saying, what the hell are you playing at? I've got you, man. I've got your back. Why are you trying to access something else, man? Don't leave me. Listen to me. Listen to me. You've got to get past all of that, right? When you say it's boring, it's slow, nothing's happening, that's your conscious mind talking to you. You with me? How many of you are going to take on meditation as a result of that little insight? Yeah, about 5 of you. Congratulations. They're the 5 that end up at the top, right? Because we don't want to do it. Everyone in this industry knows the skills. Hardly anyone applies them. Isn't that true? See, I could sit here and give you a skills training. Oh, so boring. So boring. How many times do you need to hear it? Invite people, get them to a presentation, follow them up. Boring. If it was simple and easy as that, everybody would make it happen. Why don't they? There's more than that. You see? If you don't believe you deserve better, you won't ever get it. Doesn't matter how simple the system is. The system is the simplest part of anything that you'll ever do here. We've made it so easy for you. But your conscious mind will not let you get past that unless you override it. And what overrides the conscious mind is the subconscious mind. And if you don't understand the relationship between the two and how they can work for you rather than against you, then it's just hard work, it's a struggle, it's the same old, same old. And you might get to the top because you can. You can work your way to the top of this plan, not a problem. As Jim Rohn says, don't do it for the sake of the money. Do it for who you can become to get there. That way, if you ever do lose it all, guess what? You know you can make it all back again. The universe will keep on taking it away until you learn the lessons. I can tell you that from first-hand experience. Doesn't matter how much you make, until you learn the lessons, it keeps going out. Who's ever seen money come in and go out faster? Right? It has a way of doing that, right? You've got to do the work underneath to turn that thing around. Happens for very few. As a percentage of population, very, very few on the planet get past this conversation. Very few. So if you really want to build something spectacular for you and your life and the people around you, just start saying, okay, let's play the bigger game here. The vehicle is awesome, but beyond that, who do I need to be so that the vehicle gives me the absolute optimal, most efficient, effective results? You with me? You don't have to make it hard. It doesn't have to be a struggle. It can be fun, light, and natural once you've got to a place where that becomes the case. So far, so good? Right, let's now that I've told you how boring it is, we'll get to some of it. All right. Some things you can work on, some homework. Number one is your attitude. When you're in this beautiful industry, tell your face. You're in the most powerful vehicle on the planet, and nobody around you knows. What's that all about? Like really, what is it about? If you truly believe that you were in the most beautiful industry on the planet, wouldn't it be absolutely natural to tell the world? Here's how some of you show up. Oh, I want to show you something. Come and have a look. Here's the presentation. You get them on a Zoom. Yeah, no, it's not network marketing. What the fuck? You just show them a network marketing presentation, and at the end of the presentation, you go, yeah, but it's not network marketing. You're full of shit. They know you're full of shit. You just show them a network marketing presentation. What message does that send? Yeah. You just showed them a beautiful network marketing presentation, and they say, is this network marketing? You go, no. No, it's not. Absolutely not. What? Now they're looking at going, are you all right in the head? Why would anyone want to be with somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about? Can you see? Why would anyone want to follow somebody that hasn't got a clue what they're talking about? So here's what you say the next time they ask that question. Is it network marketing? What do you say? Yeah. You bet. Absolutely. 100% it is. Tell me what you know about network marketing. Now you open up a window to educate, to share knowledge, share experiences. Can you see the difference? Yeah. Stop it. That's embarrassing for you. It's more embarrassing for them that they know you. It's like when Jesus says, in the morning you're going to deny me. That's what you guys do. You want to eat off the table, but you don't want to tell anyone that there's good food on the table. Is this a vegetarian restaurant? You walk in, vegetarian cuisine. You bring your friend in. Is this a vegetarian? No. You'd never do that, would you? You wouldn't take your friends to something that wasn't that. Why would you do it here? Because you haven't resolved your conversation. You haven't resolved your relationship to what you're doing here, right? So let's get clear. mindset, your attitude towards what you're up to makes all the difference. Attitude is a huge subject. I can talk about this one subject all day long, right? But here's where else attitude plays a big part. In your day-to-day. Is network marketing perfect? No. Is anything perfect? No. All right? But guess what? It's the best of all of the options that I've found. If you make this work and you make anything else work, this works better. Is this making sense? When you talk about leverage of everything with minimum risk, with minimum output, minimum input, maximum output in terms of your risks to your financial situation, where else on the planet can you start with a couple of £100, a few $100s, and create a fortune? Show me. I'm always open. I've been open for 25 years. Not once has anybody been able to show me anything better. How about that? All right? So your attitude also shows up when the system is going through change, for example. Laugh of recognition there, right? When there's transitions happening, changes happening, improvements happening, your attitude shows us who you are. I don't go on Telegram too often, but when I do, I know who you are. You show up very clearly in the Telegram groups. Can you see that? You're in the business and you're fighting your own business. It's a nonsense, isn't it? And then somebody might mention something to counteract or to balance or to, hey, listen, just see it from a different perspective. It's not what you're making it out to be. And then they defend their stinky attitude. What's that all about? Don't do that. Be humble enough and courageous enough. Say, yeah, you're right, I'm an asshole. My attitude was stinky. I can see this better. I bought into the vision. I'm in for the long haul. I'm ready to go through the transition together, not against the transition. Is this making sense? It's all in here. Have you ever seen me go to Telegram? I could, right? I've got more reason than anyone else to do. I get thousands of negative messages. I could easily go, that's not leadership, is it?
Yes.
That's followship.
Ah.
Then you get the ones that join in, don't you? Don't you love those? The joiner-inners. I can't log in. So corporate goes, okay, we've got an issue with the login. Is it specific to one or is it many? So they're working it out. They're busy working it out. Then it comes through, doesn't it? The avalanche. I can't log in either. I can't log in. Oh, my friend can't log in. What? We know. We worked it out. You can't log in. Big fucking deal. What are you doing? Kalpesh, I'm a leader. Okay. There's a gap. There's a gap to work on. So just watch this. What's going on in here, right? How it shows up in the world. Are you for your business or against your business? People are looking up to you or following your lead based on your reactions and responses. Does this make sense? If you absolutely believe in the company's ability to deliver what they say they are delivering, do you need to go, wee, 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 wee? No. So stop it. Don't do that. It adds zero value and it weakens the weak. Leaders strengthen the weak. Does this make sense? Here's what else people work on. Belief. Like I said, if you believe that these guys can deliver what they said they're going to deliver, let it go. Let your noise go. How do you build belief? Study. Learn. Knowledge gives you belief. You with me? There's two kinds of belief. Blind belief and belief that's backed up with something. I'm not saying believe stuff just for the sake of believing. Don't believe it because your upline told you. Don't believe it because the company told you. Check it out. Verify it. The belief you have because your upline told you is a level. The belief that you have because you believe it is a whole different level. Is this making sense?
Certainly.
Have a look at what this company has delivered. They've got nothing but a history of delivering. Is it a bumpy road? Absolutely. Have they cracked a few eggs along the way? 100%. Show me one company, one entrepreneur that hasn't. So many righteous people in this industry, aren't there? Like they've got it all right. The nature of winning is losing. Winning is nothing more than losing. And learning from your losing enough so that you start losing less and you get ahead. When you start out, you're losing more. It's normal. Then you get better, then you get a little bit more better. And then eventually there comes a point where you start winning more. That's when you progress. Progress only happens when you start winning more than you're losing. Progress happens when you start winning more than you are losing. Zero progress happens if you're not losing. If you're not losing, you're not progressing. You're pretending. Chances are you're standing still. You're not willing to take the risks. You're not willing to take chances. You're stagnant. If you are not losing, chances are you are stagnant. In your comfort zone, you become a frog. You're doing what you know, you're keeping very safe, playing with your own parameters, and pretending to win. You with me? Winning happens in growth, and growth only happens when you're not in your comfort zone. Growth happens when you step outside of what you know. Stepping into what you don't know. Yeah, but I know everything. That's why you're not growing. Next time you hear yourself saying, I know, stop. Just pause. All right, what can I learn? Opens up a whole new world. So build your belief. Build your belief in the industry, build your belief in the company, and build, most importantly, your belief in yourself. You can know everything about this company there is to know. You can know everything about this industry that there is to know. And still not progress. How's that possible, I hear you say? Because you don't believe in yourself. The biggest one is belief in yourself. Are you honest with yourself when you say you want to produce X, whatever that might be? I asked everyone, who wants to be a millionaire? Let me just have a quick look. Who wants to be a millionaire? But are you honest with yourself when you say that? Or are you just saying it because it looks good and sounds good and your neighbor put their hand up and said, I did? Just check. I won't ever know that, but you will. Have a check up on the inside. Why did you just say yes? Did you get carried away in the euphoria? Carried away in the excitement? Were you just following my lead, being kind to Kalpesh? Let me just support him. But you don't really believe it. Or are you really serious about that? Because if you're serious, then everything would change. I often say it's only those that treat this as a professional business that give it the respect it's due. This is a profession that stands up to any other profession on the planet, toe to toe, any day of the week, right? But do you treat it like that? Do you relate to this like that? I meet people all over the world. I might ask the question, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an accountant. in a network marketing room. Oh, wow, you're an accountant. I'm a lawyer. That's it. Dead end conversation. Instead of saying, hey, I'm a professional network marketer, and I've got this side thing called law. I've got an accounting practice on the side. Can you see the difference? Flip it around, because guess what? When you say I'm a doctor, there's nothing further that you can do for them in terms of transforming their life. Unless they're about to die on the operating theatre, then yes. But in general terms, when you're in an environment and you're bragging about what credentials you got after your name because you studied for a few years and feel that you've got to keep on reminding everyone that you studied for a few years, what makes a difference is the profession that you can pass on to others for free. Can you see that? This is all just a mindset. I'm not saying you have to do any of this. I'm saying when you do, everything changes. The more seriously you take this, the more seriously people take you about it. Who's noticing the difference? Every time somebody asks you, what do you do? Just have it practiced. I'm a professional networker. And by the way, if you need to brag about your credentials, do that afterwards. Cool? I've also got an MBA, an ABC, and a DEF. Cool. Do all of that. But do it after you declare that you're a professional networker. Because now they're going to get curious about what's that professional networker part? Oh, I'm glad you asked. They'll never ask you about accountancy. Once you declare that, it's done. That conversation ended. Then you've got to find something else to talk about. But if you drop this in there, now you've got something, curiosity building up, you've got an interaction going on, an opportunity to make a difference. Commitment. Huge. Mark Twain said it beautifully. Commitment is doing what you said you would do long after the mood that you said it in has gone. Doing what you said you would do. So it's your stuff here. Long after the mood has passed. The mood always passes. The mood always passes. Then what? Most of us are emotionally unintelligent. Meaning we're dependent 100% on how we feel to do stuff. If you could rely on your feelings to deliver the results, you'd never get anything done, right? If you rely on your feelings to get anything done, you'll never get anything done. We don't feel like doing all the great stuff that needs to get done all the time. Feelings come and go. What do? Feelings come and go. Then what? That's why I often say when you come to an event like this, you're emotionally charged, you're excited, you're surrounded by people that are up to stuff, and you say stuff. Guess what? You're not going to feel like that in the morning. Then what? How do you hold yourself accountable? How do you then implement the declarations that you made when you were in a peak state? When you're vibrating at a higher level because you surrounded yourself by amazingness. In the morning, you're not surrounded by the same environment, the same frequency, the same energy. Then what? Now you've got to generate. You've got to find that inside of you so you can recreate it when it's just you. Say, right, now let me get back in touch with that stuff that I felt yesterday and get some commitments down. What is it going to look like? Diarize stuff. If it's not diarized, it disappears. If it's not diarized, it disappears. You with me? Learn to operate, especially in the early days, with putting stuff in the diary, setting alarms, and have that hold you to account. Just so you can break the old habits. Old habits die hard. So in order to break old habits, what kind of old habits am I talking about? For example, if you're already busy, who's already busy? Most people, right? Already busy. If you're already busy, unless you schedule it, you're not going to find time for it. You've already got a full life. So it might mean you have to wake up 15 minutes earlier to make the calls. It might mean staying awake 15 minutes later than you usually do to get things done that you said you'd do earlier. It might mean skipping lunch or having a light lunch because you didn't do what you said you would do in the morning. But catch up, don't fall behind. The minute you fall behind, it gets overwhelming. The power is in baby steps. The real muscle is built in baby steps. Otherwise, what happens is that you have this huge goal, you break it into bite-sized chunks, you're not biting, it just remains this massive goal, that's 1,000,000 miles away and never going to happen. Make sense? It's the little steps every day that you take that take you to the end result. So get committed to doing the little stuff every single day. So it's consistency with commitment, right? Don't be the person on New Year's Eve that raises the glass and says, "This is the year." I know we've never said that in this room, but there are people that do that. This is my year. Who's ever heard that? Every year. This is my year. 2 months later, distant memory. 10 months of non-existence, then it comes up again. The conversation starts around December. Man, this next year is my year. It's the same record again, isn't it? The fact that you're waiting another month is the clue. The clue is that you think it can only happen on the 1st of January. That's the clue. If that's your mindset, you're already in trouble. Can you see that? It's a nonsense. Wow. And we actually do take some actions as well, don't we? Some of us get as far as we join the gym, don't we? Sign up for the whole year. We actually even go, some of us, right? Some of us actually go a couple of times. But we're busy, aren't we? And it's not in the diary. So what happens? We just pay for a membership. Spending more than you can afford to spend, right? Mad, isn't it? Just don't join it. You're not committed. I don't buy gym memberships. I'm not committed to the gym. So I find other ways to look after my health, right? I just don't do it. For me, to leave my house, to go to another location, to exercise, and come back home, I know from my history, I just don't do that. Why would you buy a gym membership if you're not going to use it? It's not the only way to look after yourself. Does that make any sense? But find your way and then build it into your life so that it works for you. You with me? Make small adjustments. Like my weakness is sugar. So what do I do? Who else loves sugar? The sugary stuff. Yeah. So what do I have to do? I don't put sugar in my teas and coffees. Is that cool? I stopped drinking fizzy drinks years ago, like 25 years ago. All these little steps help. Wasn't easy in the beginning, but I know if that's my kryptonite, then how do I take baby steps so that over time I put less of that stuff in? Does that make sense? I used to have a bar of chocolate every day. So what do? I don't keep chocolate in the house. So now when I go out, I have a chocolate once in a while. All those little actions help. When it's in the house, it's gone. It's got no chance. With awareness, don't keep it in the house. Does that make sense? Little steps that make a big difference. You with me? Yes. Then you can have some freedom around it. You don't have to sit there and kind of have the mental battles all the time. So commit to your end destination and make it happen. None of this works without a real desire. Wanting stuff means nothing. Everybody wants more. Agreed? Yes. I've never met a human being where if I said, "Sean, would you like a better lifestyle? If I could get you on more holidays, drive a better car, and give you a bigger house, would you like any of that?" Love it. Can you go, "Nah, I like my little hut. The fact that I've got to push my hard to get it started, That does it for me. Travel. Who wants to see the world? I don't even leave my postcode. It's making sense. Everybody wants more. So what? The universe doesn't care what you want. It wants to see what you're willing to do to get it. You with me? Who are you willing to become? Are you ready? Are you tuned in? That's what it's looking for. You with me? Absolutely. So get tuned in. That fire, that burning desire, only you can do that. Nobody can do that for you. That's why I always say, find out what you really want. You don't want what everybody else wants. You want what you want. Find out what you really, really want, and then pour a ton of desire onto it. Like really get tuned in. Like that's what you're committed to. Shifting a want into a must makes all the difference. When you want something, it may or may not happen. When you have to have it, now you've got half a chance. Because the way you show up changes. The way the world shows up changes. What you focus in is what you create, what you manifest, what you expand, right? A very simple example. When you first bought your car, it was your car. You're the only one that was going to be driving that car. Then you got in the car, you went to drive, and everyone had the same car. Who's ever experienced that before? Like, wow, everyone's copying me, man. They've got the same car as me. That's because your awareness of that particular object was increased. So now you're tuned in, so now you find it. I remember years ago, I'd never heard of Eddie Stobart. It's a trucking company in the UK. And it was mentioned in the seminar, Eddie Stobart. And the person said, you would have seen them up and down the motorways. I was like, I've been driving around for like 25 years. I've never seen any Eddie Stobart things. What are you talking about? Next time I'm on the motorway, literally, every other lorry, Eddie Stobart, Eddie Stobart, Eddie. Why? Because my awareness was pointing that direction. Is this making sense? There's a part of your brain that tunes into whatever you're tuning into. Tune it into your future. Tune it into the direction you want to head in. Like every day, focus on it, focus on it, focus on it, focus on it. Then things start showing up. You start recognizing it. You recognize it because you are ready to recognize it. But if you don't know that you don't know, you'll never recognize it. So fire up that desire. Empathy. So important. The ability to connect with others. All too often, we write people off too quickly. Just get into their world. Every human being would love to be helped to get to the next level of their life. Learn to connect with them at their level. Speak their language. Build that rapport, build that relationship, show them the way. It doesn't have to be your way. Let it be their way. Does that make sense? Accommodate everyone to the level they're ready for. Not everyone's going to go all guns blazing. That's cool. You can inspire them to, you can show them it's possible, but at the end of the day, it's their call, not yours. If their challenges are their priority, highlight for them that they've got challenges, but don't try and fix their challenges. That's up to them to overcome their challenges or not. As the leader, you can say, hey, listen, that's an easy one to overcome if you're ready. If you're not, no problem. Keep wallowing in it. You don't have to. I'm not going to force you. I'm not going to drag you through kicking and screaming. But when you're ready to take that challenge on, I'm 100% here for you. It's not an easy conversation to take on. Someone's dealt with this for years, they're addicted to it. And if you're not ready, it doesn't matter how much I speak, how much I'm here, none of that matters. But when you're ready, I'm here. Everything can change. So be that person, right? Understand that their problems, their challenges are their problem challenges. Just because you overcame something easily doesn't mean they'll overcome it easily. But when they're ready, you can help. When they're not ready, you can't help. Just appreciate and understand that's where they're at. Cool? Yeah. So just understanding that your reality is not theirs. Then have fun. Yes. Here's what happens with some people, right? They're presenting, they're showing the opportunity, and they're doing it with a tired face. we go again. I hope they join. The last 7 said no. All that going on in the background. You're presenting the slides with that noise in the background. I hope they don't call it a pyramid. I wonder if they're going to notice it's a network marketing company. You've got all that going on in the background. And at the end of it, they're looking at how stressed you are, and you're like, this is really fun. Do you want to join? There's no fun in your face. There's no fun in your physiology. There's no fun in your language. And you go, this is really fun. Do you want to join me? No, thank you. I don't want to end up like that. I'm glad you think it's fun. Goodness, that looks stressful to me. Making sense? Lighten up a little. Relax. Enjoy the process. The lighter you are, the easier they find it around you. And then when you say it's fun, if you're fully enthusiastic, energetic, engaged, and sharing, they'll go, I didn't understand anything, but I love the fun you're having with it. I'm in. You with me?
Yeah.
That beats. I understood everything, but goodness gracious, I don't want to end up like that. No, I'll leave that to you. That's your world, not mine. Can you see? People will sign up with you when you're worth signing up with. Write that down. People will sign up with you when you are worth signing up with. Be the person that they feel excited to be with. Be the kind of leader that they can trust to take them where they want to go. That's all a new guest is doing. They're sitting there willing to listen to you because they want to improve something and they need to know that whoever they are sitting with can take them where they want to go. That's all that's happening in that interaction. Where do you want to go? Here. If I can show you how to get there, can we have a chat? Of course, present. Can't be that easy, Counts. You're right. It can't. Or, Counts, that really works. Yeah, it does. Every time. It's up to you, right? What if it was that easy? Who'd do that more often? Just do that then. Right? Just do that. Frida, what do you really want? I can show you how to get that. We have a half an hour conversation? No, I was just pretending. I don't really want that. Of course you can show me. How easy is that, right? Find out what people want and give it to them. It's much easier to give people what they want than what you've got. If you understand that, you'll understand everything.
Yeah.
It's much easier to give people what they want than what you've got. If you're single and you're trying to find a partner, try it out. Pay interest in what they want and deliver on that. Watch how easy it is to get something going versus just what you want. You see the difference? When you put the attention on what they want, much easier to interact and move forward. And then, of course, gratitude. For all of it. Gratitude for everything. When somebody signs up, be grateful. When they don't sign up, be grateful. When somebody shows up, be grateful. If they don't show up, be grateful. When somebody says they love you for showing them, be grateful. When somebody says they hate you for showing them, be grateful. You with me?
Yes.
All of it's perfect. And then see what you can learn from it. What can you learn and do better next time? Write that down. What can I learn from this experience so I can do better next time? The quicker you do this, the quicker you move up the scales. Gratitude solves most problems. Imagine that. Gratitude solves most problems. If you ever think you're going through a tough time, just say thank you. Just thank the universe. And get your focus on everything in your life that's beautiful. For me, it starts with breath, right? If you can get grateful for breathing, life is easy. Do you get that? If you can completely immerse yourself in the gratitude that you are alive and kicking, everything else is a win. And there is no stress, is there? This solves everything. People leave this industry, people come into this industry with huge visions and huge ideas, and they get excited. And then they don't get this stuff worked out, and they leave. For me, that's the biggest heartbreaker, right? Like, what a shame, they missed it. Because they couldn't find gratitude in the learning, in the opportunity to grow into something. When you are committed to gratitude, everything else is just a journey. If you can remain in gratitude, the odds of getting to the top of the plan are already massively in your favor, instantly. You with me? So stack the odds of success in your favor. That's all we can ever do. Nobody can promise success in anything. But one thing we can all do is take responsibility. We can all individually take responsibility and commit to our own growth and development, to our own journey, and see it through. So if you say yes, mean it. Don't throw the towel in because the going gets tough. Just work your tough out. You're not the first person that found a certain part of the journey tough, and you won't be the last. The only way you can fail in this industry is to throw the towel in, to give up. The only way you can fail in this industry is to give up. Imagine, what a beautiful industry. It says, as long as you don't give up, there's a way, there's a path. And you'll find it through your journey. You see that? All right, so I'd love everyone to stand up for a second. A little stretch, very good. Have a little shake it out. Very good. Everybody turn around to your right and give the person in front of you a massage on their shoulders. Step forward, step forward. That's it. Oh, nice. Let some noise in there. How does that feel? Oh. All right, let's do karate chops on the back. Karate chops on the back and make the sound. How does that feel? All right, let's turn the favor. Everybody turn around. And return the favor. Nice massage of the shoulders and the neck. Make some sounds. How does that feel? All right, that's like on the in. We can all do it a little bit more of this, couldn't we? Let's chop it up, chop it up. Make the sound. Well done, grab your seats.
до сих пор идут. Вот это кажется, самая нормальная фишка за весь сегодняшний день.
Okay, hold that energy. Get a little bit quiet, keep the energy there. Keep the energy up and the voice quiet for a second. How's that feel? Good? There is power in movement, right? Power in movement, wonderful, well done. So, you deserve that, right? Some of you don't do that often enough. How simple was that? 60 seconds. What if you could do that in life? Whenever you're going through a moment, just do that. Would that be cool? Just go to someone else, say, listen, do me a favor. Just take out the tension for me. Give me a bit, 30 seconds of massage, 30 seconds of beat me up. I'll be good to go again for another couple of hours. You with me? You'll take tiredness out. We'll put you back on point, get you back in the moment, and you're good to go for another few hours. Isn't that powerful? All right, let's go through the process, the nuts and bolts, right? This is the easiest stuff you will ever learn about network marketing, and yet it's the hardest stuff because you won't do it. So look, the number one skill in this beautiful industry is inviting people. And yet most fail to spend any time improving their invitation. Why is that? If you knew all you had to do to become really successful in this industry is to become a professional inviter. It's the only thing you ever had to do. Everything else is done for you. If you want to do the rest of the skills, you can, but there is zero requirements to do so. There's one skill that only you can do and nobody else can do for you. The rest of them, other people can do for you, all right? But not without this. You've got to put the initial ingredients in. Learning to invite is the biggest gift you'll give yourself. If you want to stack the odds of success in your favor, master inviting people to the presentation. I've seen people that don't know much about the company. They don't know much about the comp plan. They've never trained anything. Like none of it. They've never worked on themselves. But they are freaking off the chain insane machines at inviting, and they've built empires. You with me? Yes. I've also known people that know how to present, know how to follow up, know how to train, know everything about the company. They've even read the terms and conditions. And you look at their business, and there's nothing to be seen. Is it making sense? Yes. This one skill transforms everything. And the more people in your organization you can teach this one skill to, the bigger your organization gets. Isn't that cool? Yeah. A professional invite is one where you say as little as possible to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. What a professional inviter does. You've heard the phrase, like, success loves speed. Yes. Not success loves speed, no, success. Success loves speed. Has anyone heard that? Who's heard that? Are you working at speed? Yes. A couple of you are. Awesome. What is speed? It's relative, right? It's faster than you did yesterday. If you invited one yesterday, invite two today. If you invited three yesterday, invite four today. Improve on your previous actions. Increase the demand. You'll never run out of people to speak to on this planet. I'd say there's at least a couple of billion people on the planet that have access to the internet. They are all your target market. Anyone that can access the net is somebody that you can speak to. Are you with me? So if your block is I don't know enough people, get over it. You see that? 20 years ago, if you said I don't know enough people, we had to sit down with you, give you a reminder, a memory jogger, and try and pull names out of your brain. That's how we did it back in the day, right? It's hard work. You sit down with someone and say, hey, give me 100 top names. They're going, 100? I only know 3. Okay, we've got some work to do. Put the milkman's name down, the dustman's name down, the local shopkeeper's name down. Went through a whole memory jogger list. And eventually, after a few hours, we squeezed 100 names out of them. Does that make sense? We live in amazing times right now. Because they're right, show me your Facebook. The average person has 400 friends on Facebook. Isn't that amazing?
Yes, it is.
The lists are done. Absolutely. Open your WhatsApp, boom, a few hundred people there. Open your LinkedIn, another few hundred people. I'm talking about people that aren't even networking. That's by accident. So the list's already done. Now you've got to contact them. So here's the other thing. When you're contacting people, contact them at the level of your relationship. Contact them at the level of your relationship. If there's already rapport there, great, you don't need to waste much time. If you've interacted a few times before privately, you can get straight into it. Sharon, listen, I hope you're well. I know we haven't spoken in a while. Something's come up. I need to show you something. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love it. When can we schedule half an hour? Who could do that? Everyone, right? Was that difficult? Only in your head, otherwise you'd already be doing it. Can you see? People don't do the simple stuff. For me, I'm always fascinated by that. Why don't people do the simple stuff? Because they're scared. You're scared that they're going to come back and say something you don't want them to say. They're going to judge you. Oh my God. Something you've got to get over, right? They are going to judge you. No problem. You can repair that. You can repair that. You can apologize. Promise never to contact them again about an opportunity to transform their life for the better. You can repair that stuff, right? So you've got to just shift the relationship. What are you so scared of? They might defriend me. They might block me. Wow. Chances are you've never even met them, right? And you're scared about someone who's going to block you. You've never met in your life. Can you see? You think they're your friends. Some of you think the contacts you have are your friends. Can you see where you get confused? There's a big difference between contacts and friends. That making sense? You can turn contacts into friends. That's the rapport building side. If you've never spoken to them before personally, reach out. Hey, how are we doing? Tell me a little bit more about you. What's your life all about? Get to know them. Now you can turn it into a friendship. But don't be scared that somebody you've never met might block you. That's their problem, not yours. That making sense? Like really, if you look at that at a micro level, what does that say about you? How insecure are you that the thought of somebody blocking you scares the living daylights out of you? That's a lot of insecurity right there. Can you see that? Not healthy at all. So do not fear the worst. The worst is never as bad as you make it out to be. If somebody wants to block you, that's the benefit for you because they make room for somebody else that's at your frequency.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes.
You know who you are, what you stand for, the value you bring to the table. The rest is easy. Who's following this? Everyone, come on. This one subject is everything. One subject alone. Sit with your uplines and master it. There's many different ways to invite people. Many. Sharon, I know how much you adore your kids. You'll do anything to make sure that they have a great life. I've seen something that can help you leave them a legacy. Can I show you? There's loads of ways you can say stuff. It's the same thing, a different way. Make it relevant to them. Make sense? Sure, the last time we met, you said you were going through some financial struggles. I've seen something that sort all of that mess out. Can I grab half an hour with you? Certainly can. What is there to say no to? Can you see? Dizzy, you just recently bought a house. I know you've got a massive mortgage on your hands now. Can I show you how to pay it off quicker? Yes, please. Can you see? Make it relevant to them and then show them. The invite's not rocket science, but because you've got stuff going on, you make it difficult. The invite's really easy. You meet a waiter. Hey, how long have you been doing? I do this all the time. I love waiters because they're, number one, they're hard work. They're committed to something. Nobody is a waiter because that's their choice of career. No, so I can't wait to be a waiter for the rest of my life. It's a transition. Does that make sense? It's perfect. I love Uber drivers. They might be doing that as a career, but they do it because they can make their own money. They're taking control of their own time. They work their own hours, and they like that they make money based on the hours that they work. Does that make sense? These are all prime candidates. You meet them throughout your life. Sales assistants in shops. Nobody says, I can't wait to work behind the retail counter for the rest of my life. It's normally a pit stop. Does that make sense? So these are all prime candidates that are going to be open to more. So you can say to them, hey, listen, how long have you been working here for? 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, whatever it is, doesn't matter what the number is. Are you planning on doing this for the rest of your life? Or have you got other plans? 9 out of 10 times, you'll jolt them because they never thought about that. They're so caught up in what they're doing. And then have a moment and say, no, actually, I love doing this. Actually, yeah, this is just funding this. I'm doing this to get here, to get that. They'll tell you. That making sense? I just moved to the country, it's a starting point. Of course, it's not where I want to end up. Let them speak. And then offer them what they want. If I can show you a way of meeting your financial goals quicker so you can get to do what you really want to do, can you give me half an hour of your time? Not difficult, is it? See, when you're helping people solve their problems, the business builds by itself. That's all we do. We solve problems. The biggest money ever made on the planet is by solving problems. Become a problem solver. Find out where people are struggling. Show them where not to struggle. Find out where they're challenged. Show them how to resolve their challenge. You with me? This is how you get easier. This is where you become a professional. Versus just trying to sell it to people. Look what I got, look what I got, look what I got. Boring. Everybody says that. I've got the best thing on the planet. Yeah, we know. Everybody has. If you speak to an Amway rep, they'll tell you they've got the best thing on the planet. Yes. Everyone's got the best thing on the planet, right? There's nothing different, nothing special, nothing about the other person in that pitch. I've got the best thing on the planet. It's the most boring pitch you'll ever give. I've got a solution to your problem. Now they're excited. Find out what they want and hand it to them on a plate. Nobody is interested in what you've got, however great you think it is. They are not interested until it's personal to them. When you can make it personal relevant, now you've got their attention. Build up your knowledge. So start inviting. It's not the other way around. Some people have it, especially the Greens, right? I'm going to learn everything first before I speak to anybody. No. You can speak to people first and learn as you go along. This is how most successful people do it. This way around. You don't need to know everything before you start sharing. Share first, learn along the way. Is that fair enough? You can share because the system takes care of everything else. You don't need to know everything that somebody else does. Somebody else knows how to present. Somebody else knows how to train. Somebody else knows how to follow up. Somebody else knows how to get them over the line and signed up. Somebody else, everything's there. You with me? But build your knowledge, because the better you get at knowing who you're working with, the infrastructure, what it's all about, the big picture, then you come out more confident, more congruent, and people want to follow your lead. People want to follow people that know where they're going. Nobody wants to follow people that are unsure. You with me? So get clear about where you're going, and then you can lead. Next is the presentation. Again, you never have to present in this business, ever. In fact, oftentimes it's better that you don't present to your own people especially, because you're never a prophet in your own home. Ever heard that phrase? You are never a prophet in your own home. The people that live with you see you in a different light oftentimes. They don't have the knowledge you have. They don't have the experiences you have. They have a whole different experience of what they're up to in life. Does that make sense? They've seen you in your underpants. How can they take you seriously when you talk about business? One minute you walk around in your boxer shorts, and then you sharpen a suit shirt and tie and say, I've got a new business. They're looking at you, yeah, right. Business. What do you know about business? Does it make sense? Bring the stranger into the conversation. There's a saying in the industry, the stranger is always the expert. You might be more knowledgeable than the stranger. You might be more committed to their success than the stranger, but the stranger will always have a bigger impact than you will. Does it make sense? And this isn't just in the industry, this is in life, right? How many times, who's got kids? Anyone got kids? How many times have you given your children advice and they don't listen? Has anyone got kids that don't listen to their advice? Yeah. And then the uncle or auntie comes around, your brother or sister comes around, says exactly the same thing. And your kids come to you and go, oh my God, Uncle so-and-so said this is amazing, isn't it? And you're sitting there going, I've been telling you that all my life. You're too close. You're too close. They know you too well. You with me? So don't try to be the prophet. Pass it on. Pass the ball on. So we have such a beautiful time that we're living now. There's a live stream happening right now of this event on YouTube. I don't know how many people around the world are watching this event, right? How amazing is that? Thank you. So even the training gets presented to your people through technology. They don't miss anything. Wow. Isn't that phenomenal? So point people to the presentation. Let the professional presenters present for you. Now here's the other thing before I move on to the next thing. If you want to present, learn the slides, but also make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. Are you a powerful communicator naturally? Are you enrolling to listen to? Is this a natural talent or skill or ability that you already possess? Then absolutely go down that road. But if you are horrible at presenting, just realize it's not your bag. Stick to inviting. Does making sense? Don't feel that you have to do stuff that you weren't designed to do or born to do or passionate to do. So it's got to be something that's got to come from inside. It's got to be a passion-driven conversation. Not because you feel you have to, but because it's inside of you. Does that make sense? The worst thing, someone says, Kalpesh, I want to do this presentation. Okay. And all the guests leave because the presentation was crap. You're looking after other people's guests. It's a huge responsibility. It's not about you presenting. It's about the guest getting the full value out of the presentation. Are you with me? Fantastic. Then the follow-up. They say the money is in the follow-up. I say the money is in the invitation. The money is in the invitation. The money is in the presentation. The money is also in the follow-up. The reason we say money is in the follow-up is because a lot of fortunes are lost at this stage. It's a huge, huge gap that gets lost in the process. I'm as guilty as anybody else. I'm super busy, right? So I don't get to follow up everybody, but I tell them in advance, listen, I'm mega busy. If you want this, you're going to have to come to me. I'll invite them and then let them know, listen, I've got 100 other people looking at the presentation. I'm always inviting people every day. If you want this, you have to come back to me. In the beginning, when you're new, you haven't got 100 people in the pipeline, right? If you've got 3 people in the pipeline, you've got 3 phone calls to make immediately after the presentation. Make that happen, ideally, immediately after the presentation, when the information is fresh. You call them up tomorrow, they've forgotten what they even did the morning before, let alone what they did last night. People forget quick. They're busy, their life has already moved forward. The longer the gap between the presentation and the follow-up, the more work you have to do to get them across the line. What is the follow-up? The purpose of the follow-up is very simple. You follow up for one reason and one reason only. Follow up to close. What do I mean by close? Get them over the line. Help them turn their maybe, unsure, not understanding, need a few questions answered, whatever the gap is, help them fill that gap so they can step across the line and say yes and create an account and get started. Make sense? The purpose of following up is not to have some banter. It's a very specific conversation. It's a short, sharp, to the point conversation. The presentation's done. If your follow-up is 15, 20 minutes, it's way too long. 5 to 10 minutes. Here's how a follow-up conversation can go. Sachin, you've seen the information. Are you ready to get started? Or do you have any questions that need to get answered? Done. And just be silent. You give them the options. Are you ready to get started? Or do you have any questions? That's leadership. You're leading the direction of the conversation. Here's what you don't do. What did you think? You do not want to open up that box. People think all sorts of weird stuff. You're not interested in what they think. You're interested in whether they're ready or they've got questions so you can get them ready. Understood? And the most powerful way to do a follow-up is a 3-way call. Bring in the expert upline, whether that's your direct sponsor or somebody above. Start working with the people in your line of sponsorship who are willing to support you, and they will have time available in the early part of their journey. So take advantage of that synergy. If your upline is quite new and they don't know as much as they would need to answer questions, go to the next one up. Anyone that's around V1 or even V2 has still got time to work with you on 3-way calls. So find your upline V1s and V2s and even V3s. But at V3 you start getting really busy, right? These guys are now managing organizations on a global scale. Again, if the 3-way call is worth a 3-star, make the request. If they're available, they'll do it for you. Is that making sense? Yes. But your 1s and 2s all day long. That's what they want. They want to do those 3-way calls for you because they're in that early building stage where they're taking their business to the next level. Got it? So make sure that you're asking the right people for the right information. On that note, some of you will relate to this, right? Do not reach out to your 5-star VIP and say, can you teach me how to do a withdrawal, please? There they are, 300 levels down from your business. There are 300 people they could have contacted, and they call you. Can you just explain the compensation part to me again? No! There's another presentation on tomorrow. See you there. Go speak to your upline. So just know the relevance. Again, it's know your environment. Make sure that the questions that you have are relevant to the people you're asking them to. That's why we've got a system in place. presentations, trainings, technical trainings, everything's there. The only reason we get questions like that is because people aren't plugged in. When I get questions like that, I'm like, okay, who's your upline? Get them to plug you into the system. There's a Facebook group, there's a corporate Telegram group, there's a team group. Get them to plug you in. They've done you a disservice. They've brought you in half-baked. Make sense? So make sure that you're passing the information on. So that's where training comes in. Train your new people. Train your new people on everything that we've just covered. That's your responsibility as a sponsor. Responsibility. Not a real word, by the way, just make that up. It's a good one, right? It's your responsibility as a sponsor to let them know there is a system and a path to follow. It breaks down when you're not doing that. As soon as you bring somebody in, let them know how it all works. Don't just bring them in and forget about it. Let them know how it all works. Here's how it works. First of all, you get into the Facebook group, then you get into the Telegram group, and then you turn up to presentations every day, and you turn up to leadership trainings every Saturday, and you turn up to the technical, get them plugged in. It makes your work light, it turns them into professionals really quickly, and it duplicates really well. So far, so good? This whole thing works so much better when you systemize it and let the system, and let it be the one system that everybody can follow. And then what happens next is duplication. So as a sponsor, you now want to look at the duplication and how well it's happening. Is your person that you just brought in comfortable and inviting? Are they showing up to the presentations? Are they showing up with guests or without guests? Just keep an eye out. Are they learning and improving as they're going along? Are they in communication with you? Again, teach them about the power of that. Upline doesn't get in touch with downline. Downline gets in touch with upline. Just works better that way. Can you imagine? 480,000 people in your team. Who do you call first? You don't. It's got to work the other way, right? So let them know, hey, listen, if you get stuck in the system at any point, reach out. We'll solve that. Until then, I'm going to assume that you're following the system. I'm going with that you're responsible for your business, you're committed to your business, and you're doing what it says on the tin. You're showing up, you're inviting, you're getting people to a presentation, you're following up with them with your relevant uplines. Make sense? And then, of course, the most important of all of these, point number 7, personal development. And this is a theme, a common theme in the whole industry. Those that work on themselves produce the best results, always. Now, I'm not talking about financial result. There are people that can produce a financial result that haven't worked this stuff out. I'm saying the people that lead the world, the people that people want to listen to, the people that people want to learn from, are those that have worked on themselves, have worked their stuff out, or are constantly working stuff out to be better, to deliver better for the rest of the people. Just making sense? Be that leader from day dot. It's not about your rank, it's not about position. This is about who are you for your people. Are you a better version of yourself for your people? Or are you the same version of yourself for your people? So if you're lazy in this one area here, at some point your team will outgrow you, which is fine. It's quite boring at that level, right? It's like nothing much for you to do when your team is outgrown you. Just keep yourself at the front of the information. Read the messages in the groups. Know what's happening. Be up to date. It's a lot, I know it's a lot to ask for, but that's the responsibility of leadership, to be one step ahead. Are you with me? It's what it takes. And the quicker you learn those disciplines early on in your career as a professional, the better you can deliver for them. And you can inspire them You're not saying do as I tell you to do, but rather do as I show you. Big difference, right? People will happily follow your lead if you are following your own lead. But if you're telling them to show up every day and you only show up once a week, guess what? That's not leadership. That's trying to be a boss. You see the difference? If you show up once a week, say that, hey, listen, I show up once a week, you should show up once a week too. Then there's congruency there, right? Anything above that is a bonus to you. I'm too lazy to do that. Be honest. Make sense? Yes. But don't say you should do 6 days a week, 7 days a week, and you can't be bothered yourself, because there, the gap shows up between you and them. Become a slave driver, don't you, when you do that? You should do it, I don't need to. I'm a V5. Big difference, right? And you can do. There are people at V5 that don't show up anywhere. But they don't have the same influence, they don't have the same impact, they don't make the difference. They make the money, they don't make the difference. You see that? And guess what's more valuable in life? People don't remember the people that made money. Nobody remembers those. People remember the people that made the difference.
Yes, absolutely.
Making sense?
Yes.
So we've come to the end of this part of the presentation. So I'm going to ask now, before we finish this part, we've got another phenomenal part straight after. I'm going to ask everybody to, ask you to do. I'm going to keep you in the room. I'm trying to think of the logistics. We want to do a group photo of everybody. And I'm just wondering, have we got something coming in? Oh, there we go. We've got a little celebration moment happening. Wow. There you go. So we've got a nice little treat for everybody. Are you ready? Who likes treats? Music, please. waiting for you outside. Help yourself. Enjoy it. We'll see you back here. No. Oh, we're taking a picture quickly first. I thought you just did that. Then. That's what that was all about. Let's have a group photo. It's like a proper party going on. Come on, everyone looking to the camera. The picture of the cameras. Everyone try those hats. So all of the food is in. Come on. Come to the front. Come to the front. Come on, everyone. Ready? Are you ready? Come on. We'll see you back in the room at 5:30. Have a stretch, get yourself back in the seat by 5:30 p.m. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, there is afternoon tea has been due. Countryside, thoroughly enjoying the UK. Hunting to the UK. Let's celebrate and support
Sometimes I feel like throw my hands up in the air. I know I can count on you. Sometimes I feel like saying, but I just don't care. You got the love I need to see me through. Sometimes it seems the wrong to run. Things go wrong no matter what I do. Like the days, you like the life is just too much. I need you with the love I He took me back to East Atlanta.
Get everybody back in the room, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please make our way back to the room? If you are ready to transform, this is the final session of today. YouTube before. Yes, on YouTube. So how can I get the address? I sponsor back home, so you watch. Yeah. It's not a right now.
Okay, if you can make your way back to your seat so we can get the event started. Even if you're V5s, please can you get to your seats? And double V5s included. Can I have Prab and Haritha, please? Can we all make our way to your seats, please? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the next part of the session. Can I get your attention, please? This part of the presentation today is probably the most important part. Why? Because this is where you get reprogrammed and rewired. Now, let me share my experience. When I met Kalpesh Patel 18 years ago, I got introduced to personal development. And that was the last thing he talked about. This is so important. Now, I'm going to share something now that you're probably not going to believe. I went to one of these TKP events, and one of the things that I couldn't bring myself to do, I didn't have to hug people. Imagine that. I was actually at an event like this, and he said, "What do you find difficult doing?" And I found out that because my parents didn't hug me, I couldn't hug people. I was 26 and I didn't have to hug anyone. Imagine that. The next event I went to,
I had to break through something else. And you're not going to believe this. I didn't know how to say I love you to my mum and dad. I remember vividly in the break, Kalpesh goes, right, ring your mum and tell her you love her. And guess what? I couldn't do it. Today, I hug everybody. And I tell everybody I love them. I love all of you. Bring somebody else up. Melinda, you want to come up? This is about what's possible.
Wow. You know, it's been ages being up on stage in a live event. In that few years, it's lovely just seeing all of you guys. So I just want to say a few words about Kalpesh. I've known Kalpesh since 1995, and we're best friends. And I was asked to say, what's my best experience of him, and who is he for me? And every experience with you has been the best, and that's not even a lie. So the best of the best would be when we went traveling around the world together, from nearly drowning in Dubai, we nearly both drowned, to traveling in New Zealand in a camper van and playing Tony Robbins and creating our life and our future 20 years ago. And thank you. And I want to bring it back to Hyperverse. And in February, when Kalpesh went to Dubai, no, he wasn't expecting Ryan Yu to be there. And Ryan Yu walked into the restaurant and he just said his face just dropped. And the morning after, I was at work, I'm an optometrist, and luckily I had a gap. And I just phoned him. I said, look, I got hold of him. And I said, before I speak to you, let me get my wife on the call. I said, what the hell happened yesterday? And he said, Harinder, everything that we've been creating and dreaming about for the last 20 years, all the ups and the downs, all the struggles, it's been for this. And he said that Ryan Yu is just like us, because myself, Kalpesh, and Sue, and Izzy, you know, we're making a difference around the world through charitable stuff. He said all the stuff that we work on and dream about, that's Ryan Yu. He wants to make a massive difference on the planet. And the reason why I wanted my wife on the call is the day before, I said to her, you don't believe in this company, do you? And she said, I don't believe in it. This was back in February. She goes, I don't believe in it 100%. That's why I wanted her on the call. And on the call, when Kalpesh shared that, I was crying, he was crying, because we've been through ups, we've been through downs. And he said, listen, we're set for life. And that was a... That was a profound moment, because, you know, it's easy to celebrate your successes. But when you're going through the downs and you're going through the ditches and the hard times, it's tough, and we've been through everything. And one thing that I've found about Kalpesh that always stands out, and I learned this in Tony Robbins, and I'm going to say it twice because it's life-changing. And that's Kalpesh for me through and through, is that your life is a direct reflection of the expectations of your peer group. Your life is a direct reflection of the expectations of your peer group. And whenever I'm with you, I can't play small. Whenever I'm around you, I've got to be a bigger version of myself, because you hold me to account. And I know I speak for every single person in this room, because you are that. You're a lighthouse that shows people the way when they can't see the way. You know, I've been through challenging times in my life, many challenging times, and you've always been there for me. And the crazy thing is, you're there for everybody. You know, he's put his mobile telephone number. 24/7, he's available for everybody. And I I know I speak for every single one of you because that's who he is. Now, your vibration, your energy is on some amazing level, and I'm just honored to have you in my life. Thank you, Kalpesh.
So, is Trav somewhere? Trav? I know this is friends.
Wow. For those of you who don't know, that's my twin brother. He's 3 minutes older than me. And he's always been in my shadow, not just in height. And you know what? I've seen him come out of that shadow in Hyperverse. He's come out of that shadow and he's his own man. So, before I acknowledge Kalpesh, I really acknowledge you for doing that. Well done. And, what can I say about Kalpesh? What was it, 25 years ago or thereabouts? We met. It was in this sort of industry. We sort of got exposed to this sort of business together, more or less together. And the thing that I will say about this man is, I said it the other day, didn't I? Who he was 25 years ago. And we met at a time when, we were both going through challenges for different reasons. So I was going through challenges in my marriage at the time, not with me, man. And he just had challenges with his business. So he was at a low point business-wise. And, I remember when we used to go out, and there was a time when I was paying for your lunch and to go out clubbing and stuff, And the point of that is that he's the same person today that he was then. All those zeros. I always remember, because I know your family follows Sai Baba, and I always remember that he used to have that energy about him. There was something about him, something that you can't quite put your finger on, and it is that spiritual energy that has you be so selfless. It's incredible how you can be having conversations with him now, and they're no different to the conversations we used to have 25 years ago. And the only difference is the sort of style of clothing he's wearing now, right? His taste in fashion hasn't changed. And some of the best moments we've had, we've done business together. I joined them in South Africa on their travels, and he made me go bald like him there, had a haircut. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be on this journey with you, Kalps. And what I will say to you, everybody, I know what this means to him. This is what he's dreamt about. This is what he's dreamt about doing all his life, is to be in front of people and be inspiring and touching people's lives. So I'm really touched that you're actually finally doing what you know is what your passion and purpose is. So, thank you.
Okay, I want to call one more person up. Sue, where are you, Sue? I think they've got super.
So I thought I wasn't going to be coming up today.
So thank you for the surprise. So I just want to say, first of all, it's just so awesome to be with all of you. Like, what can I say about Kalpesh? When I met Kalpesh, I'd just been made redundant from my job, separated from my ex, and had to sell my house. I was broken. I was at the bottom of bottom. And one thing he said to me was, this is really amazing personal development program that you got to go on, right? Because he said, you know what, you're ready for that. And oh my God, it changed and transformed my life. The program did. But let me tell you about Kalpesh. One thing that he said to me was that, do you think that God has given you everything that you've worked hard for so far in your life? I said, yeah. He said, where do you think God is? In the sky? In heaven? He said, it's right there. You create that. And then look, I'm a single mum. I worked in corporate all my life. And I just always did what I've always done and stick to what I know because it's comfortable. But he has shown me how to let go, be free. Don't go by rules. He used to be like, you got to try this out. I goes, no, I don't do things like that. Who said that before? No, I don't do things like that before. You know that. He said, by the time you finish with me, you're going to let go of all of those walls. You know what? And I really am so blessed. My daughter yesterday, when we got to this hotel, she has seen me grow, right? Gone from nothing to where we are now. She said to me, let me tell you, she said, Mum, can we have a moment when we got here 2 nights ago? And she said, I need to tell you how grateful I am. She said, I've seen you, Mum, from where we were 2 years ago to where we are now, and you have kicked ass. She said, Mommy, you did not stop. And she said, I want to be you. All I can say, Kalpesh, is thank you so much for giving me that from my daughter. Thank you, everybody, for just being here with us all. It just really means so much to all of us. I love you all.
I want to bring up one more person who has just been my rock in my life from day dot. Not from day dot, he wasn't around for the first couple of years. And then he entered my life, became right all in my side, became my best friend, my brother, and somebody that just is extraordinary in every way possible. Jamin, are you in the room?
All right, so I don't like doing this, but hey ho, namaste to all of you.
He likes flying through the room like an aeroplane, but doesn't like swimming.
Yeah, I'm animated. I don't like all of this. But anyway, that's why Kalpesh is here for all of this amazing, inspirational talks that help us to create a better future, not just for ourselves and not just for our own souls that are always searching for a better place to be, or, you know, more of this, or, you know, how can we do this? How can I help to complete this for something or someone? But from that place, it allows us to actually then be totally selfless and share ourselves fully so that others can actually gain from that. And what's happened today, the life-changing experiences, the transformations that you're all going to be feeling when you actually come out of this high energy room, as you know. You know, I'm very lucky and blessed, not just to be born to the most amazing parents that Kalpesh has shared stories of, and my beautiful mother, you know, and of course my father, who always walks with us, and I know he's actually here with us, always in spirit. So, you know, we're actually very blessed to have put on such a massive event and to have all of you share in this with us, and a family that has such values that have been instilled in us since birth. And, you know, for Kalpesh Patel to share this with the world allows us to move forward and join as one family. So I know that some of you may think, oh, that's Kalpesh's family, but it's not. Kalpesh Patel's family, hashtag the Kalpesh Patel's family, is every single one of us in this room. Every single other person that we are connected to, that we're going to now go away and share our stories with about the most amazing times that we have had in Iraq and that we're about to have in Dubai. And for those of you that are flying out, well, you know, I mean, it's fine, part and parcel of life, right? But we're going to be able to change that and transform that. So, you know, I do wish you all a pleasurable trip, and the rest of us are going to still be partying here. But, you know, you can still join us through Instagram, hashtag Kalpesh Patel, and, you know, you'll still be with us in spirit. That's the main thing. So, one thing I'd like to do is share stories of Kalpesh, my elder brother by 2 years. So, I came into the world to this beautiful family and was embraced by them every time, through every single journey that I came through. You may realize my persona can be quite angry, frustrated, and like I am a child at times. I throw my toys out the pram. I have to, that's just me, that's my persona. But even at the age of 50, look at me. But at the same time, what I've been able to do is from my family, my mum, my dad, my brother, massively, and then of course, through personal development and education that allows us to actually grow, both personally and, you know, like, I think a lot of you have that personal development. That's why you're all here, right? So we're very lucky to be in this space, and I can only say that that gift has been given to me by no other than my brother, and I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. I hope that each and every one of you has somebody in your life that at some point is able to say similar things about you. And that's possible through self-expression. That's possible when you take on your own sharing of your life. Some of you are undiscovered diamonds, right? And you just don't share who you are with the world. But when you do, this is what's possible. So thank you all. Love you guys.
Thank you, Kalpesh. My dream. Thanks to you, man. Listen, if you guys want to transform anything in your life, now's the time.
All right, a couple of logistics before we get into the next session, which is super powerful transformation. So tomorrow we leave this resort. Have you enjoyed the resort? Yeah. The best one on the island, so we chose well and they lived up to their reputation, right? So that's amazing. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., And that's UK 10 a.m. as in time here, but I mean, you know, as in the integrity of time. 10 a.m. is 10 a.m., not 10:15, not 10:30, not 11:45. 10 a.m. we have coaches waiting to take you back. There'll be 2 drop-off points. One, oh, no.
I'm going to take over.
If my youngest speaks, if you haven't already worked it out.
Okay, so just before I start, can everyone get your pens out and your notebooks out and take notes, please? Okay, so first I'm going to talk about checking out for tomorrow. So checkout is by 8:30 a.m., no later than that. Breakfast opens at 6 a.m., so please make sure you all have breakfast beforehand. And, you know, if you're late, then you snooze, you lose, as Gobshaka would say. Please make sure you're ready in your desert safari attire from beforehand, just so you don't have to go back, get changed. It's just not like, I would say shorts, top, anything that's kind of, shorts, top, and then bring like a shawl and cardigan for the evening. And then in terms of transport, all buses are going to be going from Mall of Emirates to the taxi stand. We will keep you updated on the Telegram group. If you're not in the Telegram group, then please ask your nodes to keep you updated. It's their responsibility. And pickup is going to be from the hotel. So that'll be the lobby over here. And it's going to be, just a second, yeah, so it's going to be from here and it's going to take you to Dubai, obviously. To the Mall of Emirates. It'll take you to Mall of Emirates. No, we're not doing 2 drop-offs anymore, just to clarify that. And just a second. Yeah, that's kind of it. So in terms of time, that's going to be confirmed on the Telegram group. If you're not on the Telegram group, then nodes will have to update you. So they're just going to have to help out a bit and let you know. We're going to try and let you know by tonight or by tomorrow early morning. And yeah, that's kind of it.
Obviously a problem. We had it all worked out. Something broken down somewhere along the way.
It's fine. That was amazing. Thanks, Minnie. Thanks for all of those details. And now I'm just going to ask George to complete the logistics for the PCR test. Thank you, George.
Hey guys, you may have seen a sign at reception that RAK is offering free COVID testing for people that have stayed here for 3 days. If you need to, Linda and I personally, we're flying out at 3 a.m. on Monday morning. So we have to have our COVID test between 3 a.m. tomorrow morning and 3 a.m. Monday. So we were going to go at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to the RAK hospital and actually have the COVID test. You can get the certificate from reception here at the hotel. You just go down to reception, you show them your passport, and they give you a free certificate if you can go and get the test. But it's only at the RAK hospital. They're 24 hours. There's another place, but that's from 10 o'clock to 1. But if you are flying internationally and you need a COVID test before Monday, then tomorrow morning will be fine here. If not, I've heard there are some other tests. Someone, I think Grandpa Crypto was telling me that the guy on a bicycle came around to his hotel in Dubai and gave his test. I'm not quite sure how that works. But we're going to the hospital tomorrow morning anyway. So there are cabs from. So there are cabs available from the from just outside the gates there, and they said it's a 50 dirham. I don't know what it means, but 50 dirham tenner, yeah, fare to go to the hospital. We called the hospital yesterday and they said there's no waiting time. So again, if that helps you, great. If it doesn't, but just some more of what Kalpesh was saying earlier on was about gratitude. To me, seriously, grateful to have been able to connect, Kalpesh, and to come from Australia for this event. It's been absolutely amazing. But for all of you guys, I don't know if you've had a look in your gift bag yet, but in your gift bag, there's one of these, okay? That's a phone charger, it's the 10,000 one, so it should do your big apples at least twice, okay? For those who've got a thing on the back, it's actually got connections to it. It is actually fully charged. So all of you guys, we've been recharged the cake earlier on. Can I get you guys to put your phones on silent? There's been a few phones ringing on earlier on, but please put your phones on silent. Grab your charger out now, recharge it. There's a whole heap of other goodies in your bag. Don't leave your bag behind. We spent ages packing those last night. And the other thing is, when there's an opportunity to become a volunteer, jump in it because you get to hang around with the professionals. Okay.
All right, by the way, the issue on time, we resolved it. The issue was around people turning up on time. So the coaches leave at 10 sharp. They're not going to hang around. And we've got to get the people to Dubai and into their hotels before we go to the desert safari. If you want to be late, you're welcome. You get your own taxi back at your own cost. If you want the free shuttle, be there before 10. Is that fair enough? So it's not 8:30, 10 o'clock. You work out when you want to wake up, when you want to have breakfast. That's all up to you. As long as you're by the coach, boarded by 10, and then we go. Fair enough? Yeah. Awesome. So those that like to be late, you're more than welcome to at your own cost. All right, logistics, Andy. Plus 971 55 634 3625. His name is Guy Shahaja. Yeah, this, sorry, you did that. This is where you go with a bit of fly. I got mine on that. Our number again, plus 971 55 634 3625. Guy Shahaja. Shahaja. And don't all call at once. No, I've already got mine booked for 9 o'clock. Also, somebody's left this at the front of the room. Looks like a very heavy duty charger with a wire. Oh, a cameraman. Okay, good. That's there for you. I hope anyone else that left stuff behind was found and handed in at the back. I know there was a pair of glasses, a sentimental pen, etc. If you found anything that's not yours, hand it in at the back. And if you've lost something, go to the back after the session and collect. Okay, thank you. All right, let's get started. Are you ready for transformation? Before we start, let's get you in a peak energy state. Everybody up. Everybody up. Turn to your right. Hands on the shoulders of the person in front and give them a good old massage. Take out that tension. Give it a good massage. Don't be lazy now. There are some people in this world that just want to take it, not give, right? That's it. Give me what you got. Get those thumbs and fingers working. Make some sounds. How does that feel? Ooh. Oh, nice. That's it. That feels good, huh? We never do this enough. Now chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. And the sound that goes with it. Around. And return the favor. Good solid massage. Take out the tension, take out the knots. Give them everything you got.
20-second delay.
Let them know how good it feels. Make some sound. Oh, nice. I'm liking that. Okay, let's chop it up, and the sound that goes with it. Give a high five, say thank you, and your seats. Okay. All right, we're gonna start off with a little exercise. And this exercise, if you want it to be, can be completely transformational itself. That's up to you. I'll be the, if you like, instructor, the instrument. You are the vehicle of transformation. So decide up front whether you want to transform or not through this process. And if you do, then get ready for a breakthrough. What I'm going to ask everyone to do, and I'll do it in an orderly fashion, is if the front row turns your chairs around and faces the row behind. If this row turns your chairs around and face this row. Turn your chairs around, stay where you are. Turn your chairs around, stay where you are. Turn them around, stay where you are. Turn them around, stay where you are. Turn them around, stay where you are. Spin your chairs around, stay where you are. In fact, even everyone at the back should take part, so find yourself a partner. All the volunteers, find yourself a partner amongst yourselves. All right. Notice how some of you think this is a talking break. All right, so first of all, has everybody got somebody sitting opposite? If you haven't, look left and right and work that stuff out. Make sure everybody's got somebody opposite you. Every person should have a partner. If you have not, shuffle around so you have. Is there anyone still that doesn't have a partner? Raise your hand if you still do not have a partner. Rupesh, move to the end. Oh, you have. Anyone else that does not have a partner, please stand up. There's a space over here on the front left. Perfect. Is there anyone else? Sometimes people struggle with this simple stuff, right? Is there anyone else that does not have another human being sitting in front of them? Wonderful. Oh, that was perfect, wasn't it? We've got an even number in the room. Love that. All right, so we're going to do a couple of exercises that will allow you to communicate more effectively, communicate more powerfully, and eventually be able to handle any interaction on the planet you ever have going forward for the rest of your life. Who's ready for that? All right, here we go. So this is an exercise, number one, of communicating with power. So choose an A and a B. Who's A and who's B? Right. Everyone's got an A and a B, right? Have you worked it out yet? Just watch what happens when we do that. Some of the reds will, I'm A. Straight in there. The yellows will be like, oh, you go first, you decide, you choose. The greens are like, but what is the role of A and what is the role of B? I need to know first. The blues are like, what did he just say? Some of you are so busy talking to each other, you're missing the whole point of the exercise. All right. So, A's and B's. A is going to be the person that B hates most in their life. A is going to be the person that B cannot stand. The kind of person that gets on your nerves. So B embraces. There are people in your life that you wish you didn't have to deal with. They're sat right in front of you. Look them straight in the eyes. How's this feeling now? Can you feel the tension a little bit? A, your role is not to react or respond, but it's just to be there. B, your role is to communicate with them what you hate about them. B, your role is to communicate what gets on your nerves about them. Everything that annoys you about them, let them know. A is not going to react or respond, although some of you might relate to it and feel it's true. That's another subject for another time. Is everyone clear? All right, so no responses or reactions. B, go ahead, do your thing. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. I can tell from the laughter that many of you didn't take this exercise seriously. Listen, this is not new. This is what happens when humans get together, right? You get distracted. Some of you see me in front of somebody doing sex and going, oh my goodness, how do I end up in the street, right? Some of you sit opposite somebody you don't want to sit in front of, why am I here? All that noise going on. No rapport, no relationship, no connection, nothing. Some of you are so nervous to do the exercise, you just start giggling and joking and talking about other stuff. There's no breakthrough when you do that. There is no breakthrough when you do other things other than the exercise. You don't laugh. Look, if one person's not reacting or responding or giggling or laughing, the other one's really speaking to somebody that they detest, they hate, they don't get on with, they don't like, they get annoyed by, all of that stuff, there's no laughter or giggling in the room, right? It's not a funny subject. Do you see that? That's our nervousness. That's us not wanting to deal with our life. There's a time to giggle and there's a time to not giggle, right? If you giggle when it's not time to giggle, something to look at. Something's kicking in, something takes over. That's your conscious mind saying, I'm not doing this. I'll do something else. We'll talk about the weather, we'll talk about the weekend, we'll talk about tomorrow, but I'm not doing this. Just push out for that stuff. What are you doing with this exercise, right? There's an opportunity for you to deal with your demons in real time right now. Resolve every issue in this scenario. You've got a problem with one person, you've got a problem with many. You resolve this biggest one, you resolve many. You with me? We're collapsing time frames here. We're getting to a point that most people never reach in their whole life. Point of completion at lightning speed. That's what's available here. But let's give it another go. A's, your job is not to react, respond, give any emotions or get connected, even if you feel like getting connected to the person that B is talking to. This is B's opportunity to express why they hate this person, what annoys them about this person, all of that kind of stuff, negative stuff that's there. What winds them up? There are people that wind you up. Why? Just express it. Let it out without judgment from A, without opinion from A. Just let it out. You are free to express every fucking thing you want to express. Including saying fucking thing. Right? No holding back, no getting scared, no bullshit. So, connect with the person in front of you. B, identify with the person in front of you as that person that winds you up, annoys you, upsets you, angers you, whatever it is. Anytime there's somebody or there are people in your life that get on your nerves, see them in the person in front of you. So B, look at A as that person, make it real. If you look into their eyes, there's no difference. And express, go. Wow. Well done. Congratulations. Give yourself a round of applause, please. Some of you had a breakthrough, right? Who had a breakthrough? Show your hand. A breakthrough in self-expression. Speaking to a complete stranger about your issues. Right? That's not normal. Going to a random stranger and telling them about your anger issues, your upset issues, your judgment issues, your opinion issues, and you did it anyway. I want to acknowledge all of you that took part in the exercise. Some of you still resisted, and that's okay. That's your journey, right? You said things like, this is too difficult. I don't know how to do this. I don't understand it. It's not making sense to me. Whatever it was, you did your version of the story. Just know that. Just recognize that's what you do in life. What you do here is what you do everywhere. Just know that. What you do here in a safe and solid environment where everyone's got your back is what you do everywhere in life 10 times more in environments that nobody has your back. It's all about understanding yourself. Got it? So now we're going to flip the tables. A, it's your turn to talk. B, it's your turn to listen. Without judgment, without opinion, without expression or reaction or response. Just be. Be the punch bag. A, you get to hate on the person in front, who happens to be your arch enemy, your worst nightmare come true, the kind of people that you just can't connect with. All right, so connect with them, get through to the eyes. Once you get beyond all the noise, you get through to the eyes, it's the same thing, same person. Get connected with the person in front of you, and go ahead and express. Stop. Hush. All right. Who had a breakthrough? Who expressed? Absolutely awesome. Give everyone a round of applause. If you still have not expressed, forgive yourself for playing small. If you still have not expressed, forgive yourself for playing small. It's not unusual, it's what everybody does anyway. You're not unique or special because you didn't express yourself. That's normal for most people. You with me? What's not normal is to express. So the ones that had a breakthrough is extraordinary. It's a huge, huge leap forward already. And the ones that didn't, nothing wrong or bad with that. It's absolutely how the world lives. We keep it all in. You with me? So control, alt, delete. Don't give yourself a hard time because you didn't. Just acknowledge that you didn't. And just look at the reasons you tell yourself why you didn't. What's going on inside you? Why didn't you? That's the learning. You with me? All right. Good. Next part of the exercise. And even if you didn't participate in part one, you may have participated mentally, that counts. All right? Like I said, control, delete, start where you are. Now, again, switch your phones off, things like that really disturb the rest of the space, it's not clever. Phones on silent or off, it's up to you what works, but do not be so selfish to keep stuff on so it disturbs other people, it's not cool. Yeah? All right, and I know it's not on purpose, but it is about awareness. These are little things that we practice. Exercise number 2, this is where it gets really powerful. Who's ready for exercise number 2? All right. Exercise number 2, we're going to go back to be expressing. Is that right? Be express first, right? So now B is going to express to the same person that annoys them, winds them up, makes them angry, all of that stuff. You're going to express to the same person how sorry you are for judging them, how sorry you are for putting them in a box, for not forgiving them, for making them wrong, and for disconnecting with them. So you're going to apologize to your arch enemy for destroying them in your mind and in your life. And you're going to tell them how much you love them for who they are, and you understand their journey, and you understand their struggle, and you understand their life, and that they're doing the best that they can. Your arch enemy right in front of you, and you're going to forgive them in real time. So let's get connected with each other through the eyes. Just realize who's there in front of you. Picture it in your mind's eye. And go love on them. That's right, give them a hug. Hug your enemy. Thank you. Take a seat. And let's flip sides again. So get into the zone. Please be quiet. Very cool. All right, so the person sitting in front of you, again, your worst nightmare come true. They trigger you every time, upset you, wind you up, take you off on different tangents, bring out the worst in you every single time. Look them straight in the eyes and love on them. Forgive them, forgive everything that you think is wrong. Let go of your judgment of everything that is the opposite of what you think it should be, how it should be and how you want it to be. And just let it be the way it is. Love them, forgive them, say thank you for being who you are, appreciate them and understand their own struggles and their journey and how they're working out their life the best way they know how. Go. Stop where you are. Give them a big hug. Thank your enemy. Hug them. Love them. That's the danger with these exercises. You get too self-expressed. No stopping you now. Beautiful, right? Who had a breakthrough? Who took part? Let go, forgave. Woo! Give yourself a massive round of applause. If you didn't take part, you didn't take the opportunity to forgive yourself. If you did it in your head, congratulations, you did it anyway. You're at the same level as everybody else. Nobody's ahead of you, nobody's better than you, except for the ones that took part, just joking. How free is that, right? I'd love to hear from a couple of you. What opened up, what experiences came up for you? How did that feel? Who'd like to share something? Yeah, please.
So I'm having and originally I was like, I don't hate him.
Can everyone shut up? Thank you.
So originally it was that I don't hate anybody, there's nobody I dislike. And then when I was put in the spot, I had to think of something, and I did. And my breakthrough was that, I might start crying, so I apologize. One of my children was in a really horrible relationship, and this guy was really, really nasty and deceitful, and I thought I'd just kind of forgotten about it and embedded it, but I just kind of revealed everything I felt about the shithead. But no, and I do forgive him because I think my daughter, probably one of my children, forgave this guy. So.
Wow, thank you. And thank you for getting past the resistance of, I don't hate anybody. Anybody that says that is full of shit. You with me? There's always a little bit of something somewhere for everybody, however transformed you get. Unless you disconnect from society, live on a mountain somewhere and hum the rest of your life till you die, as long as you're interacting with human beings, there'll always be stuff that's coming up that you're dealing with. Is that making sense? Very cool. Who else? Yes.
I felt when he was taking me, I mean, it was actually how I normally react when someone like talks to me like that or hates me or something, being aggressive to me, and then like, you know, I wanted to kill him because he does it to me. And yeah, this is what actually I was thinking. What if in life, when someone does it to us, we're gonna be like thinking about this again, like we did now, for example. So now we have a point of reference and we can just implement it in our lives. Like I'm talking about myself. I will. Thank you very much, by the way, Carl. This was amazing, and like everything what you did, all these small things, even you know this charger, I mean, it's just amazing. Everything, small details, and just shocked how hurtful you are. This is just crazy. I was crying. Thank you so much.
Again, how amazing. Even as the recipients, you have the opportunity to learn about yourself. As you're listening to somebody get aggressive towards you and hate on you and pour all that stuff on you, you get to experience, who am I in this scenario? Who am I in this situation? Some of it sticks, right? It's personal, you react. That takes away from your greatness, it takes away from your life, it takes away from you being the best version of you. Just because somebody else calls you a twat and you believe them. When somebody calls me a twat, I'm like, oh, is there someone else behind me? Even when I'm a twat, right? So who are you talking to? Looking over my shoulder. Like something only becomes a thing if you take it on. What's the old saying? The shoe fits. If you're an arsehole, you are. If you're not, you won't recognize when somebody calls you an arsehole, right? It's like me when somebody called me Packy when I was a kid, I didn't know what it was. It didn't mean anything. I didn't get upset, I was like, what's that? First time I heard that word, you're a Packy, and I went, huh? Do they compliment me? Are they, what? They're trying to build a relationship, friendship with me? Then I found out it wasn't that kind of a word. Right? Oh, okay. If you don't have that relationship to a word, it's like when I say fuck, some of you are triggered, right? Just because how you relate to the word, it's just a word. You see how things trigger us. If you can find your triggers, you can overcome them. You can be better than them. Does that make sense? Awesome. Who else? Let's have a couple of others.
Honestly, this exercise is a reality and it's true belief about yourself. When someone has told you something on your face, you're actually thinking, okay, am I that sort of person? But when you're told on your face, you need that moment to just realize, was that me? Take a moment, just take a deep breath. If you analyze yourself, this is who I am, you will go to the person like the apology part, and you see life is full of opportunities. We are one big family in Hyderabad, and we love everyone in this room. Thank you.
I think the breakthrough moments, right? When you recognize something about yourself. Like, I could be the person that's been attacked in somebody's life. There's one way to be A, right? Or B, depending on when the incidents happen. But if you're the recipient, you could actually own that and say, right, how do I show up in people's lives? There will be people in my life that have this towards me. Who am I being? Right? Awesome. Who else? This one,
this isn't going to be easy for me. I came here with this problem. Flew 13,000 kilometers. I didn't know I was going to be doing this right now. But what I understood when I left home, this was going to be the safest place I could be. Thanks for not stopping English. I came here with a lot of anger inside me, but most of you don't see it. Had a lot of people come up to me and say thank you for something maybe I didn't even realize I had done. But we have to speak with our hearts. But we also have to recognize what's going on inside and what we bury. Because everyone we ever talk to is going through the same struggle we are. This was the hardest thing that both of us ever did, because neither one of us had pain in us, but it's still there, we buried it. Thank you, Kalpesh, for giving us the opportunity. Please don't stop me.
I had a friend, and I was similar to other people. You know, I didn't have anyone that I hated, but there was someone in my life who I had a lot of resentment for, and it was such a great exercise to release that anger and admit that it was there. And what I saw underneath that is that I actually just had a lot of love that was unexpressed and that was suppressed and unfulfilled, you know. And the hate and the anger and the, you know, all that rage was just covering up. And the truth is that they are dealing with stuff in their life. And for them to be a certain way and for them to be opinionated or nasty or whatever, is because maybe they're feeling stifled. And whenever I'm judging them, it's totally relieving. It was so just beautiful to just let it out, but also then to forgive. So, thank you.
Back, please. Somebody back there? No? Anyone else? In the corner there.
Right, so for me, I So thank you, Kalpesh, for sharing this opportunity with me, even though I got on board and didn't do anything like the Manchester City. So I was in the military for 17 years. I've been a coach at the United States. For 17 years, and back in 2015, I met him 11 years ago to a presentation, and him and we started a business, and I was still leading military, but the thing in the military, you know, with seniority and so forth, and I've had a particular senior who always find a way to come on me and always try to, you know, pressure me and always try to inconvenience me, and I really hated his guts. And yeah, I really wanted to leave, and I took all my vacation, I went to the settlement, and then I told him, Peter, I said, bro, I'm going back out to work. I had 60 days of vacation, and I said, I have 60 days to make this happen, or I cannot leave my job. And from national first to now, but 6 days after, I was in a position where I could have retired my job. So I went in and I retired, and the last piece of incident we had when I went to work, he came at me again, even though I was leaving, and I stood up to him, and you know, ready to keep it in. And I just wanted to say, no, this exercise, you know, put me in a position where I could forgive him, move on. Probably even invite him to see something that he's going to retire in a couple of 2 or 3 years. I mean, what do you do after that? So thank you very much for the exercise. And I had to put myself in that situation to forgive and move on, and because I was still holding on, you know, wanting to show you that I could become something, and I don't need anybody's approval or anybody. Yeah. I'm going to make it happen anyway, with my love of my friends and my family. And this gentleman, you know, has always been my support.
This finally.
Well, this has been a marvelous day for all of us. I'm glad you made the effort from all corners of the world, because this guy is great. So what today is all about for me is love. If we take this energy from here today to all corners of the world, we can change this world. Because I learned from my mentor in Australia, who was he was the chairman of 2 naturopathy colleges, and he showed me all the Chinese energies. And I remember it's on this chart, it shows all the negative thoughts, anger, fear, liberalishness, all these things, they're all detrimental to our health. So if we can take this love energy from here and never have any more negative thoughts, any negative energy, this team will conquer this world and take it back from those arseholes in government.
All right, another rock star, ready to share. Mom, go for it.
First, I would say to everyone who has been here in these events, my son, Kalpesh. And this is what I see today. He spoken that when he was about 15 to 16 months old, when I was expecting my Jamie. And he said to me, because I used to say when I sit down or like that, And I used to say, oh Bhagwan. So in our language is like, oh God. And he used to say to me in his not very good pronouncance, but he used to tell me every time, oh mom, don't call Bhagwan. I will be there all the time with you. When he was 16. The special about Kalpesh is that when he was born in 1969, 13th July, the day he was born was Saturday. In our Hinduism, we believe that the full moon's the day before 13, like 15 days is a full moon. So the 13th he was born, and the 13th July. So we call as a Amas, and that is a bad luck. So my husband's auntie, she used to say, I would pray that child shouldn't be born today. He would born after 2 days. But at that time, she didn't know, I didn't know, because no one knows when the child is going to take birth, and no one knows when they're going to leave the body. So no one can predict these two things, birth and death. So he was born on Saturday, 12:17 p.m. and not a.m., I'm sorry, it's afternoon. In Nairobi, Kenya, and then the same time when he was born, my brother-in-law's accident happened the same time. His door came out in Nairobi, everything, but he was safe, nothing happened to him. And at that time, I never used to have this energy, this power to speak to anyone, not even in the family. If someone says anything to me, no answer, no reply, just the tears. I will go to the room, I will just share my tears with myself, and that was my life, and that was my journey. After that, the life goes on. Kalpesh had so many wishes. He used to say, oh mom, I would have a Monday Ferrari. I would have this car. I would have this and this. That he used to talk so much about all the highlights, life that we shouldn't ever dream of. And today he has success at his life, and I'm so happy. Where he wants to reach, he is already there. I used to tell him that he always used to ask me, Mom, if we had a money, what you would be wishing? I said before that I would like the house bungalow on the seaside. Because I was born in Africa, 15 minutes walks from the place I was living. Every day I used to, I have lived like a princess when I was young. Then the downfall started. And we had a normal life. But still, we had a very good, peaceful life, which I cannot complain. But I started by this energy of speaking after I started my journey in a very strongly believing in a spiritual life. And after my spiritual life, my life has changed. My energy is just in my body is just flowing. Like I don't feel anything. I just walk with 2 sticks. I talk to the doctors as well. Don't make me this because I can walk. I can walk, I can show you. I can walk without sticks. But no, Physically, doctor says, no, it must not. Thank you, I will follow what you say, but I know that is nothing going to happen until he wishes to make me get. I don't feel anything. Even my tooth, Kalpesh took me there. You remember? To the dentist. I never used to go in the 52 years in London, I never been to the dentist. 8 months back, I went to the dentist because I had, my tooth was broken. And I thought that I didn't realize that. Again, after 2-3 weeks, the other part of the same tooth came out. So I thought it's better to go to the doctor and make sure there is nothing wrong. And he told me, and what did she say to you after the X-ray? I don't know how your mom is staying and taking all this pain. Because I had my whole gap between these jaws and my tooth. There is nothing there. It's just in X-ray shows is there is whole line is just nothing there. And I said that is what the spiritual power is keeping me going on. But today I'm telling you this is the last word which you all are. So lucky soul, all of you, that you are connected today with this family. This one never used to believe. He used to tell my sons, your mom is going to be ended in a mental hospital, so don't worry. Because she has got one thing in her mind, sign. That was because it was already there, fixed there, like in a computer, in your technology, you fit there. But this technology, no one has got that. I'm zeroing your technology, but as a knowledge, I am beyond. Telling that because as a body, I have to use word I. But I would say the soul is inside, is so blessed and so powerful that if anything happens, nothing is going to kill me, not this soul. This soul can take his all happiness and sorrow as well, if there is come. And I give you all that blessing to all of you who have came here today. And I gave the name, I said to Kalpesh, is your event. But I say, this is the sign board, my Guru's board. And in this board, whoever came and is here present today, they all have a blessing of that spirit. And try to be always happy. Today is a very happy that you are on the earth on a heaven. But if in the future, because there are so many, it's not one, might be something happens and you down completely. But never give up yourself. Never. Never let your mind to be like the light, switch off and switch on. No, keep it on. Never switch off. Whatever happens, never switch off. Don't do that. And that is my request to all of you, that please, and if anyone wants to give me as a gift today, I wouldn't ask. I don't, but if anyone wants to give me present today from your heart, promise me that you would never get angry. Never let come any tension inside me. If anything comes, blow comes, wind comes, tsunami comes, but don't let it come here. Never. You would be strong as Himalaya. Kalpesh, let me come here. Yeah. There was my energy and my sun and my moon, my Rama and my Lakshman. In this life, I have got so much that I said always that God, what have I done in my previous life? I'm asking the question that I have got all this. And about 20, 15 years back, I said it to myself, I have got so much. What can I do now? So since that day, what I start to pray is Jamie knows it. Loka samasta.
Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. This actually means that the whole world should be at peace, and united we pray that the whole world will always be at peace. So please sing with me. Loka, loka, sa, ma, sta. Loka samasta, the whole universe, everywhere. Loka samasta, sukhi, sukhi, sukhi no bhavantu, sukhi, sukhi, sukhi no bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om. Shanti, shanti, shanti.
There you go. You got more than you bargained for there, didn't you? All right. Oh, we've got one more share here. We'll go to the next final part.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Deepak Suvedi, and I am originally from Nepal. I am a shaman. I'm the first Himalayan shaman to do the PhD on a Himalayan shamanism. I have been traveling all around the globe. I have more than 600 downlines. Only in India, I mean, originally from Nepal, but I don't have a downline in Nepal. And there is a reason behind it. Okay, so, well, I'm into this spiritual field from the age of 6. I'm originally from my family shamans. Yes. I do hope that all of you know about the shaman and the when spirit choose you. Okay, and at the age of today, okay, I got a guru in my life. Okay, on Nepal. So during that time, okay, so he was from a lower caste. I'm originally from a Brahmin, okay, so that is the topmost caste of Nepal, okay, and I get my guru, I mean, which is the lower caste of Nepal, okay, and I don't care about that, but my family that was always opposing me, and They never supported me. But with the blessing of Guru, I just wanted to learn that because I don't choose that path, but the path will choose you. Okay, so there are many ups and downs. Okay, but everyone outside the world, they see the miracles. But my own family, they never supported me. They never say that yes, you are doing something great. And I just started traveling from 2006, and I just went to many parts of the world to teach. Now I have more than, so 300,000 followers, okay, and I've been teaching more than 45,000 people. But it's still, okay, all those people appreciate me, but my own family, my father, my mother, my, brother, they never appreciated me. So that was, something great in me. So that's why I never live in Nepal. So I live, most of my life I live in Japan. Now I'm in India from 2017. And I don't wanted to share that I'm in Korea from 2017. I don't wanted to share that, okay, how much life I have changes to the people. And people come to share me about their own experience, about their pain. And there are many cases where the doctor could not help them. There are many cases when they said, okay, no to them, and their life has been changes and they are alive right now. They take me as the gift of God. Okay? And whenever they come to my class, so they feel completely different. But even looking all the testimony, having all those people, okay, but my parents, okay, they were never supporting me and they are always blaming me. Such a way, yes, with this, thing is, I could, okay, forgive them, and I could, yes, ask for them sorry, okay, and I really feel good, okay, at least now I can call them and say, okay, so for this, who am I, okay, and what people think about me, because I never tell them what I really do, okay, so even I teach to the doctors, okay, I train the doctor, I train the scientists, okay, even in Nepal also, I do the different type of program, okay, but I never tell them that I'm coming to Nepal and what program I'm doing over there. I never tell the detail to them, okay, what type of spiritual program that I do for them to help it. And really thank you so much, sir, okay, at least today I could, people come to me to release themselves, okay. I help them to release all their junk, all their, so their mind, everything from their soul, from everything. But, there was no one for me to share, So we just take the garbage of all the people, but there was no one. So much, sir. Thank you so much.
What a beautiful, beautiful sharing. Thank you everyone that shared. I know there's more people want to share. We'll share that after the event with each other for sure. I want to do the last part of the transformation process and then the final exercise. Well, one exercise and then the last part of the transformation process. So, are you ready? Yeah. Here we go. The last part of this, it's all in your hands. It's all in your hands. What you do with this part of the process, completely up to you. So decide in advance, what do you want? What do you want out of this? I'm going to tell you about the exercise. The exercise is really simple. Exercise is simple. You'll just be with each other. And it'll be for an extended period of time. And the exercise is just to observe yourself. Right? Just observe yourself. There'll be different stages that you'll go through if you want to, as of observation. But just see if you can recognize that inner voice that most people don't even know exists. The same inner voice. If you find yourself saying, what inner voice? That one. It's there all the time. It's so quietly running everything. You think you're running the show? That little voice is running the show. Just makes you think you're running the show. All right? So it's your opportunity to recognize your voice. Most people don't even know they have one. When you recognize this voice, you're able to identify it for the rest of your life and know when it's coming in uninvited. All right? So this is a key for you to override your destructive program. It's a key for you to interrupt self-destruction. If you do this exercise and you get engaged and you really play full out with it, it's an opportunity for you to really get the key to unlock everything for the rest of your life. All right? Like I say, it's up to you to what level you participate. So feel free to play full out, feel free not to play at all, and receive the benefits of either or. So for this, if everyone will just stand up, please. Shake everything out, the good, the bad, and the ugly, let it all out. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Turn to your right, hands on the shoulders, give them a nice little massage. Turn to your right, some of you is the other right. Massage it up. If you want to let them know how that feels, make the sound. Oh, how does that feel? Oh, yeah, that is good, huh? Unlock those knots, take the tension out. There we go. Chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. Get the sound connected. Turn around. Repay the favor 10 times better. If you want to know what it feels like, let them know. How does it feel? Oh, yeah. Right there. That's the one. Oh, I like that. Let's chop it up. Add the sound. All right, stay standing up, face each other. Stay standing up and face each other. One of the biggest gifts you'll give yourself is the ability not to speak. All right, just face each other. Just get comfortable with each other. Just be with each other. I can hear people whispering and talking. This is not that exercise. Keep the aisles clear, please. Step into your chairs. Thank you. Keep out of the aisle, please. Thank you. Get yourself lined up. Wonderful. All right, just be with your beautiful partner in front of you. And in this exercise, the person in front of you is you. Just get connected with them. This is your opportunity to meet yourself in another form. When you get this, you get everything. Just establish that eye connection. Notice some of you find it very difficult to maintain eye connection. Do it anyway. Override your mechanism. And just be with them. And notice the voice. Just notice the voice. Some of you are really struggling to stay connected. Just notice that. And then get reconnected. Notice the judgments, the compliments, acknowledgements, opinions, all of it. Notice it all. That's what you do. It's all good. Leave that space. Watch the noise and let it go. Notice the voice and let it go. Now, with a little bit of clarity in your mind, as you let go of the voices, re-establish connection as yourself. You with you. And acknowledge the journey. Acknowledge the journey of life. Take yourself back to a time that you can remember, as far back as you can go. How old were you? Just be there. Back into childhood. And identify a moment in your life when life wasn't what you thought it was. When life showed you a different side. One minute you were born, everything was fun and easy. You could cry when you want to cry, they loved you anyway. You could poo when you want to poo, they loved you anyway. You can pee on their faces and they still loved you. But there was a moment when something else happened. Whether it was with your parents, your siblings, friends of the family, school, teacher, children, whatever it was. Stuff that felt shit. Identify with that time in your life where it wasn't going the way you wanted it to go. As far back as you can. Find that lowest moment. See if you can identify the decisions you made in those moments as a child that shaped the rest of your life. The decisions you made limited you from being fully self-expressed and being yourself. What happened? Keep your eyes open, maintain that connection. Find yourself and the person in front of you. And forgive that child for making the decisions that limited you, that held you back, stopped you from being the best version of yourself. Some of you are going to have to dig deep to build that real-time connection with your past. I've been there a long, long time. We block it out. If you can access it, you can unlock power that you've never accessed before. Whether it was bullying, shouting, screaming, abuse, violence, loneliness, separation, abandonment, whatever it was. Everyone's got their own version. Forgive your inner child. Not having the tools to deal with it with more power. And now allow that inner child to be free once again before those things happen. Fully expressed, fully engaged, fully playful, fearless, and limitless. The world was your playground. The world still is your playground. When you let go, when you forgive. Acknowledge yourself for every tough moment you got through. You're still here, you made it. The toughest moments in your life, sometimes you dealt with them completely by yourself. You dealt with them. You're here, you made it. You did that. You are powerful beyond measure. You are capable. Way more than you ever give yourself credit for. You survived all of that, and you're still here. Standing strong. Doing what it takes. Working your stuff out. Committed to growth, development, transformation. That takes an extraordinary kind of human being that's so committed to a better version of themselves. Some of you got really uncomfortable to be here. Some of you overcame your own challenges to be here. That's no small feat. That all came from that child. Everything, every single thing that's happened in your life today has made you this strong, this invincible, this capable, this extraordinary you that shows up today as committed to your transformation as any other human on the planet. Look into your eyes and thank yourself for making it. Thank yourself for getting you to here. However tough it was. However impossible it seemed. However unforgiving life was. You got through all of it. And you're here now. Get in touch with your extraordinariness. The pain, the struggle, the fight was all perfectly designed for only you. Life only serves what it knows you can handle. No more, no less. It's a measure of your uniqueness, your strength, your power. You only go through stuff if you can handle it. Nobody goes through stuff they can't handle. Don't wish it was easier. Just keep committing to your greatness, and knowing that whatever happens prepares you for the next journey of your life. Life has amazing things in store for you. Acknowledge yourself and be ready for that. Like, wow, you are chosen. Nobody else can do you the way you did you. There are people that went through a similar journey to you and didn't get this far. They're still fighting those battles. The fact that you are here is extraordinary in itself. Just be with your extraordinary for a minute. And acknowledge yourself in your mind's eye. Thank yourself profusely. And give yourself a beautiful hug. Step forward and hug your other self. Okay. Bring your chairs back round to the front. Get yourself comfortable. And the final chapter of the day. I'm going to give you a minute to write down the moments you identified as your toughest moments, so that you never forget that you overcame that. Take a moment to write down the things you identified during that exercise. These are your keys to the future. You never have to be limited by this stuff ever again. It serves you, doesn't take away from you. Your journey is special, it's unique, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's what we need to do, right? So capture it. Shows you what you're made of. All right. Done? Anyone have a breakthrough or two? Show me your hands. Amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause. Here's the downside to this stuff. There's no more excuses. There's no more space for stories. Whatever stories you tell yourself become your reality, right? If you can turn negative stories into positive ones, there's no more excuses to not take your life to the next level. Can you see that? Everything you tell yourself is true for you. Here's how life happens. You're born, stuff happens, you put labels on it. That's it. You're born, stuff happens, and you put labels on it. Depending on the labels you put on it, you start shaping the next part of your life. The labels you put on yourself determine the next steps you take, the actions you take, how you show up, who shows up when, how you behave. Everything is based on the decisions you make throughout your life about yourself. Every time you said you weren't good enough, you made your future smaller. Every time you said you weren't deserving, you made your future smaller. Every time you took the fall for somebody else, you made your future smaller. Every time you blamed yourself, you made the future smaller. You can forgive every decision that you've made in your life that has you play small. You can just own your life. Like 100% ownership. No blame, no shame, no guilt, no pointing fingers, no excuses. Just own it. Shit happens. You survived. It's huge, right? Who knows people that go through shit and don't survive it very well? They never end up in a room like this. Who knows people like that? Sobbing for the rest of their life, right? Yeah. That's why I know that people that show up here are already extraordinary. Own your extraordinariness. Another word I just made up. Own it. You are born to win. You see that? You've already won. You're not here. You made it. You got yourself to a seminar that's about transformation. That's the win. How many people got caught out by the stories? Doesn't matter what the story is. It's a repetition of the past. Every story, for most people, is a record that plays every time a challenge comes up. Life is full of challenges. Who's worked that one out already? We worked that out, right? Life is full of challenges. The nature of life is challenges. And then there are people that work challenges out, and the people that challenges work out. You with me? That's just how it works. So you're born and stuff happens and you label yourself and limit yourself by default. That's just the nature of being a human being. Animals don't do this, by the way. They just do what they do without all of that replay. You with me? The opportunity exists in relabeling yourself. Is it possible to relabel yourself? Absolutely. Can you turn every negative in your life into a positive conversation with yourself? 100%. Is it easy? Not always. Is it possible? Absolutely. If it's possible to turn every negative relationship you have with yourself into a positive one, would you? Hello? That's the opportunity you've got. The key is forgiveness, right? Mark Twain said it beautifully. Write this one down. Very powerful analogy. Forgiveness is the scent a flower leaves behind on the shoe that crushed it. Forgiveness is the scent that the flower leaves behind on the shoe that crushed it. Every time I think of that, it's just magic for me. There's power in that, right? That's what forgiveness looks like. It's not fake. It's not words. It's eternal. It's timeless. It's always. A flower knows no other way. Instant, on the spot. You take its life away, and it leaves you with a memory of itself. Doesn't take anything away from you, actually gives everything it's got to you. Imagine if you could forgive yourself for everything. Who's getting in touch with the power here? I promise you this, if you get this, your life will never be the same. So I want you to capture the weekend now. Weekend, the day. I want to do weekend, sorry. I want you to capture the day. Let's embed it deeply in your conscious, and then for you to continue embedding in your unconscious. All right? So let's capture the moment. If I can have some background music, please. Where's Vinny? Vinny, thank you. Just something soft in the background while we do this exercise. Get your notebooks out. And I want you to jot down the highlights from the day. Because each and every one of us learned something different today. The same message, different interpretations, different processes, different speeds. So every single one of us got our own experience. Capture it. This is yours, nobody else's. Starting from the minute you walked in this morning and registered, what happened for you? Capture it. Go for it. Don't stop. All right. Did we all capture our memories? Embedded in our notebooks, right? Here's the other thing that I've learned over the years. Don't put the notebook away and forget about it. Revisit it from time to time. That's how you keep things alive, by revisiting them. Make sense? Just schedule time once in a while in life, revisiting your transformational moments. Keep them alive, keep them present, keep them real. All right? All right, so you can put your notebooks away, you can put your pens away. Take you on a little journey now. Get nice and relaxed, get comfortable. Arms, legs uncrossed. Nice deep breath. All right. When you're ready, take a couple of deep breaths. Just close your eyes and get relaxed. Take a nice few deep breaths. Uncross everything. Just get relaxed. Let the energy flow. Breathe in, out. Shake it all about. All right. And start by taking away any tension in the body so we can make space and make room to embed some transformation. Notice any tension in your body. Forgive it and let it go. Imagine a beam of light coming in from way above. Beautiful bright light, any color you want. Beaming in from above, working its way very slowly through your body and eliminating all tensions, stresses, negative energies. Starting with the top of your head. If you're carrying any tension in your forehead, give it to the light. Any strain in the eyes, hand it over. Let the light take hold of it. If your jaw's a little bit stiff and tight, loosen it up. Just relax the muscles. Sorry for whoever that was. Let the light go through the back of your neck and take away the tension that might be there. The back of your neck, shoulders, upper back, torso. Just let that light of energy, high frequency, high vibration, pure light from source, work its way through your body to re-energize you. Let it go through your elbows, your forearms. Anything you're holding in your wrists, let it go, your hands, free them up. Just let the energy of this beautiful light take away any tension. Your back, your lower back. Let it work through your hips, your pelvis, your thighs, jumping up and about. Let it heal. Some of you hold it in your knees, hand it over to the light. This light eats up all pain, all negative energy, all toxins. Hand it over. It works its way through your calves and ankles. Just let it go. Through your feet and into the ground. The light's now connected you to source, top to bottom, and in this beautiful state of high frequency, high energy, high vibration. I want you to recreate a future for yourself. I want you to see yourself 6 months from now. Where do you see yourself 6 months from now? With everything you've learned today, as you take this forward into your life, making better decisions, letting go of stuff quicker, forgiving faster, growing constantly, commitment to constant, never-ending improvement, understanding personality types, understanding how you can connect with others easier, with the knowledge that everyone goes through the same journey in a different path. Everybody's gone through what you've gone through in their own version of it. With the ability to get related, get connected, and empathize at that level. Where are you a year from now? And you can connect with anyone, anywhere, build rapport, build love and connection, actually care, and the ability to make a difference with real clear intention. The power to recreate yourself. Who shows up in a year's time? What does your life look like? Give yourself the freedom to dream. Who are you for yourself? How do you show up? Who are you for your family, your friends, your neighborhood? Who are you for your country and for the world? How do you show up? Project yourselves 5 years into the future. Now, what does that look like? How about 10 years from now? If 10 years from now you continued on this path of transformation, getting past yourself and being, doing, and having everything you can dream of. Now what? What else did you do? You resolved everything for you. Then what? 10 years from now, anything you want. As you're present to this new version of yourself 10 years from now, give yourself the freedom to recreate that person however you choose. Nothing to do with past images, everything to do with your future. Letting go of everything that held you back, accommodating everything that accelerates you and excels you. Taking those tools forward. I want you to capture the feeling of the superhero that you are for those that you've affected. Feel it. Feel it in your mind's eye. Feel it in your guts. Bring that feeling into every cell in your body. You have the power to impact the world in a way that very few ever do. If you tap into this power, get committed to sharing it with the world. Your memory lives on forever. The energy impact is infinite. A life well lived and shared. I want you to picture yourself now on your birthday party 20 years from now. And you walk into a room full of everyone that you reached, every life that you transformed, people that you didn't even know that your story reached, your message touched their lives. You walk into this hall, massive hall, and all of these people are talking about you, but they can't see you. You're walking around the room and listening in on conversations. They can't see you, but you can see and hear all of them. What are they saying about you? What are the conversations happening at this celebration of your life? What are they saying about you? Because you stepped up, because you overcame your fears and your limitations. You're willing to go above and beyond what most want to go through. To understand yourself to such a high level that it goes way beyond anything anyone else could even begin to contemplate. You did that, you did the work. To such an extent, you could then share the transformation with others. That's when inspiration happens. Just like others have inspired you, you pass that same inspiration on into the world. It's the ripple effect. That's the impact you have the opportunity to have. So capture this feeling of the impact you had in the world, even when you're not around. How does that feel? Just be in that feeling for a moment. That's you. I want to bring this energy back with you. Carry it, own it. It's already happened. You're just waiting for time to catch up. This is your future. You've just created it. What they're saying about you then is already happening now. So bring that energy back, and when you're ready, with a nice deep breath and a huge smile on your face, give yourself a hug. Thank yourself for being extraordinary. And open your eyes when you're ready. We saw somebody in the future that was quite inspiring even to you now. Anyone see that in there? That's you. You did that, right? With the tools that you got today, there's nothing to stop you from being that person right now. And then the rest is just dealing with your stuff, right? So here's my invitation to everybody as we close out today. It's been extraordinary. I invite each and every one of you to commit to this, whatever this is for you. That future. Commit to being that person now and from here on in. Commit to showing up as your greatest self. You've already met yourself in the future. Fast forward it today. You don't have to wait 10 years, 20 years. Who knows? You might not even have 10 or 20 years, right? What you have got right now. Whatever story you just told yourself about your future already exists inside. You couldn't have told the story if it didn't already exist. You see that? You could not tell a story about yourself unless it already exists. So then it's just a case of repeating that. That's transformation. That's when the butterfly shows up. All right? That's when you show up with all of your colors, all of your glory, and show the world how beautiful you are inside. Isn't that awesome? So I invite all of you to step into your butterfly. Commit to a better path, commit to a better you, commit to better understanding of yourself so you can be of more use to the planet, so you can serve more, contribute more, make a bigger impact and a bigger difference. There's only a handful of people on the planet that understand that conversation. You're now part of that handful of people on the planet, right? With the keys and the tools to make that happen right here, right now. The version you saw is already in existence. Talking of service, I want to finally finish off by inviting the volunteer team to the front of the room. If you're a part of the volunteer team that helped make this event happen in the background over the last few months and weeks, please come to the front of the room. Thank you, thank you. Give these guys a massive round of applause. Wow. That's not a round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause. Wow. Look at that. Aren't they sexy? That's one of the prerequisites of being a volunteer, right? Wow. I want to just take the moment to thank each and every one of you. I know I can't be easy some of the times, but you handled me anyway, right? You had my back. You allowed me to know that it was all covered. I just trusted that you guys knew what you were going to do. I'm a stressor, right? Like when it comes to this kind of stuff, I can get really involved. Yeah, Vicky knows. I have a perfectionist side to me, right? And I just let it go to the team and trust that they knew how to make it perfect for me. And they did. You did that, right? The millions of hours. The detail in every little part of it, like it was just smooth for me. I just had to show up. And all the stuff that goes on around that. What most people never know. But you know, right? You know, getting here earlier than everyone else, being here in the breaks when everyone else is enjoying themselves, mingling or having lunch or dinner or whatever they're doing, you're tidying up behind them, making sure the environment's good for them when they get back, registering people that are too lazy to register themselves, not naming anyone, tracking them down, finding them, keeping the process working, all the logistics, everything. Nothing happens without you guys, right? So I want each and every one of you to know that this is because you are. All right. You want to say a few words?
Okay, it's my turn. Kalpesh is finished. Just want to say thank you to each and everyone for showing up today and appreciating all our hard work. Kalpesh is a hard work, but then we make it very easy for him. And that's what we are about. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Kalpesh.
Just really wanted to take a minute to really acknowledge Kalpesh for his generosity, his love, his compassion, and just who you are for all of us. So thank you so much for just who you are, what you bring, and just look at what you've created. Incredible. So thank you so much.
You've already heard from me, but I just want to add that this started, as in this journey started, obviously, because of the hyperverse community, and we are thankful for that community for allowing us to allow TKP events to be on a stage and share our thoughts, our values, and the way of hashtag the Kalpesh Patel, my brother. And, you know, like, we are really thankful and grateful to all of you for having that patience, resilience, and, you know, standing in queue for hours on end for registration, making sure that things got done. And if they didn't get done on time, if you didn't have a lanyard and, you know, you weren't registered on time or whatever, you know, you still turned up and you came for the event itself. And we're really grateful to all of you for doing that. So thank you for actually being here, because without you, there would be no Kalpesh Patel. Hashtag the Kalpesh Patel. So it's thanks to you.
Teamwork is a dream work. Team stands for together, everybody achieves more. Thank you all.
All right. So enjoy the next, just before you leave, the event is officially over. We want to meet at the dinner in the restaurant at the back end, which is reserved for us. The last part of the restaurant is reserved for us. Let's go and have a celebration in the hall and then chill out for the rest of the night. Thank you so much. And don't forget, 10 a.m. we leave, with or without. So be there. Thank you. The next one is going to be in probably 3 to 4 months' time. We'll do another one in another great location.
No, listen, I have to share that story with you as well, because Kalpesh wanted this one. I came for a holiday in October to Dubai, and suddenly he's like, oh, you know, I think we should do this event, TKP event. But, you know, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Let's do it like March 2022 or April 2022. What does he do? He says, no, what about December? Why don't we do it in December? And so this is why this is the event that has happened from the inception of the idea of the Kalpesh Patel. Thank you. So please bear with us while we try and decide for the next one, 3 to 4 months. Whoa. Oh. Can you also remember, I know you're all eager to go to dinner, but there are testimonials still happening, and they will be happening while you're having your food at the you know, the dinner place. So, you know, like, please do share whatever you want while you're having your dinner, and there will be videographers, photographers for you to share about your experiences with this. Also, any social media and photographs, videos, please remember, again, hashtag the Kalpesh Patel, and you have been given the link many times, so please share that. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And we'll see you at the Desert Safari tomorrow. One night in Dubai. Take it away, Vinny.
Thank you.